the shofar. Hashiram Tazama, the Ten Commandments. Ra'ah, Yahaya, Rakah, Alahayim, Akarayim, Iopinia. No and not have other gods before me. La'ah, Thayasha, Lakah, Pasah, Wala'ah, Thayobadma. No and not thou make graven images to serve them. La'ah, Thalaqah, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, no and not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha-Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabah, Lavakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. Ba'ah, Thalatazak, no and not thou murder. Ba'ah, Thakanab, no and not thou murder. Ba'ah, Thakanab, no and not thou steal. Ba'ah, Thayonashikar, no and not thou testify falsely. Ba'ah, Thakamad, Kala, Shira, La, Rakaya, no and not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah, hallelujah. Amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's when we was talking about that remnant.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yes.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah. Praise Yah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Shalom, everyone. All praises to the Most High. We sing praises to the Most High name. This is the seventh day, his Shabbat. Shabbat, Shalom. That's the holy day, the seventh day that he set apart for himself. He said, remember this day forever. All right. It's going to be a rough one today because I have a cold trying to come on. I haven't had a cold, a sickness in probably 2 years since a cold has tried to enter my body, but it's entered my body. So it's gonna be a lot going on with myself tonight. All right. So, and I think I got this foreign invader in my temple I went to the gym 2 days ago, and this East Indian guy, the East Indians, he asked me to spot him. Spot means when a person's like benching weights, lifting weights, you stand behind them and help them lift the weight up just to be there in case it get too heavy for them, they can't push it up. So he came and he asked me to spot him, and I said, okay. So with that means whatever he's touching, I'm touching, and and I'm standing over him. So as he blow out, he blowing his breath, his stuff is coming in my face. So that's the only way I could think of this foreign invader entering my temple. Now it's not going to get but so bad because I don't eat any flesh and blood or any type of dairy or anything, so it won't be a high level. But yeah, so my body has to fight whatever this invader is, so I could feel it. already messing with my voice and my throat. So, but we're gonna make it through this. I just wanted to put that disclaimer out there. So if y'all see me turn off my camera to maybe blow my nose or something like that, whatever. All right, so this too shall pass, right? So everyone, welcome back to Mashiach Assembly Ministries House of Yah. This is our, hold on, let me make sure I can be heard because I don't got the comments up. Okay, good. Nobody's saying we can't hear you. All right, welcome back. So, Shalom, everyone. Shalom, Yah's Jew. Shalom, Abirius Zion. Shalom to Carlos A. Williams, to the whole Mashiach Assembly Ministries. I love you all, and thank you for joining me. Shout out Mad Players. That's Alayahu and family. Shalom, Johanna Kwam. Shalom, Young King. Shalom, Yakata Linda Llewellyn. Thank you. Yeah, we back. So last Sunday, when I was supposed to go live to continue this series, they attacked me insanely. So hold on, let me just see if some water would help. Because I see it's trying to attack me where it's going to try to attack my talking. Yeah, I know I'm gonna fight this. I can feel it already. It's like, yeah, no, see right there is doing it. Like as I'm trying to talk, it's like something's trying to go down my throat. It's trying to make me swallow. So that's gonna make me stop my talking to like swallow, right? And y'all know the gift of oration that the Most High has bestowed me with. And when the Holy Spirit, the Ruach HaKodesh, starts to speak through, y'all know I could go for like an hour straight and it just be, even when I watch it back, I'm like, wow, it's such a gift from the Most High. So they're trying to stop that in this. So if I have to, even through the lesson, I'll explain that something's going on with my throat. So people who didn't watch this beginning, when they come in, they can, they can be like, some new people will find the channel and be like, why does brother teach like that? You know what I mean? All right. So the last Sunday we were supposed to be live to continue this at an insane series. I stayed up for 17 hours from the last Sabbath study for the Sunday to put it all together. And it was like the amount, it was so beautifully crafted, and all these tabs, like 20 tabs, and I had images and screenshots and books and video clips. I had all this information about the ancients of Europe, the ancient Afro-Asiatics of Europe, the ancient so-called black people that ruled all of Europe during the Dark Ages, right? I had all of this information. And just to make a long story short, so I don't stay here on believe this point, they attacked my whole computer. So I lost my whole access to my computer. So I lost that whole lesson that I prepared for like 17 hours. And I couldn't even do anything. So the only thing I knew on my phone was put a post up to say, I'm sorry guys, they attacked. So so it was really bad. Okay. It was a horrible spiritual attack. So I wasn't able to go live on Sunday. All right. So then I was able to use by Tuesday one of my roommates on a laptop. And so we did the Tuesday Zoom Bible study, our private study. So that's why I wasn't here last Sunday. So foreseeing any attack like that, I will always be here. All right. But like I say, I'll never not be here to make sure that I teach what the Most High wants me to teach. But barring, me, the Most High taking my life, or the darkness attacking equipment, internet, like, anything So, all right. So we're back, right? All right. So now tonight's Shabbat Bible study, and it's so interesting because there used to be much more people. See, that's what I mean. That got my throat. There used to be much more people here than this, right? And I knew that was gonna happen. I figured that. I said, watch when we do the next, yeah, I need some limes too. Y'all's Jew. I usually drink lime water. I haven't had it in a while, but yeah, I need some limes. Um, so I knew it. I said, watch next week's when we do finally go back live. Watch it be really down. The numbers be really down, and I see it already. It usually almost double this number already on the live. But all praise to the Most High. We gonna teach whether they try to make it one person watching. We gonna teach. Y'all hear? All right. So all right. So tonight we're gonna get right into it. So tonight I tried to put together all of the things that I needed that I was bringing out last Sunday that when they attacked my computer, I lost all of it. So I tried to put it all together as best I could. So I got a lot of the clips that I had lost, but everything is still disjointed and it's not the same. But this is a Holy Spirit led ministry. So no matter the darkest attacks, so I got a lot of stuff. So I'm gonna, the Most High will lead how we present this topic tonight, this study, and how I get through the tabs, how I get through. Okay. All right. All right. Sorry, guys. So that's what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to all right. So let me put the link so I can add the ministry. So if I have to go off screen to blow my nose or to clear my throat or something, then someone's still on the screen. But we're gonna get through this. All right. All right. So where's present, and it don't help that I had 2 hours of rest because I was putting this together, but it doesn't matter, right, guys? We're gonna teach the word of the Most High no matter what, and I'll be okay, right? Because I don't eat dairy and stuff, so it's not gonna get so bad. All right. I should know it's gonna try to mess with my voice box. All right, my important gift for the Most High. All right, so that's the link to the ministry to join on screen. Thank you, guys. I would definitely try the garlic or the ginger with honey and the limes and all the natural remedies from the earth. I would definitely, try all of those. All right, so yeah, but the good thing is that I got to work out because I hadn't worked out in 3 weeks. And the Most High, remember, take care of your temple, guys, right? I'm an elder. So even if when you hear me burp, that's because my body mass is like I'm 220 plus pounds, and that's a lot of weight for me. So my body mass. So I do these like these things that I didn't used to do when I was 190 pounds or just 200 flat or something. So kind of up in weight. So anyway, just so what people look like, why this dude be burping? I don't know. I got a lot of weight on me now, right? I'm kind of sore too, but praise y'all, I got to work out, right? All right, take care of your temples, guys. Make sure you work out your temples, your bodies. It flushes your system, your immune system, your blood, all of that. All right, so let me add my brothers and sisters to the stage. Shalom Hakyama, Shalom Yashiyaha, Ahavaya, and family out there in Canada. Shalom, guys. Love you guys. All right. Thank you for the prayer, y'all's Jew. Thank you so much for the prayer. All right. And we're going to get through it, guys. No matter, they can't. I mean, if I had to have a voice box, I'd be on here like, and the Father said, and thus says Yahya. Facts. I'm going to teach the word no matter what. If I got the hand sign, I'll be hand signing the word. Shout out to Yana in the building. Shout out Yana, young Yana. Yana just came on the screen like, I'm in the screen. I'm out. I'm on the screen. Shout out to young Yana. Look like he getting older too. I was surprised his sidekick probably gonna be flying in the screen in one second. She must be busy somewhere. Because she'll be flying in the screen in 1 second. Oh, don't forget about me. All right. Shalom to all the babies. Yerma Yaha, young Yarel, and young Naya. There she go. Oh, there she go. There, there she go. Shalom, young Naya. All right. So let's get started, guys. All right. So and shalom to Akiana out there in the UK too. I seen him in the chat. All right. So now we're gonna get started. Shout out to the elder Taj Balaya and Yana Pa on the screen. All right. So all right, let me start it this way. So the thumbnail was I know Larry Yah on it. She gonna hook me up with the thumbnail in a second. So hold on. Let me add Yana to the screen. And I think y'all's Jewel is trying to come in. Y'all's Jewel, it says your device is not connected. Shout out to Elohim's child. All right. Shout out to Elohim's child. Shalom. She said hydration and rest, brothers. Prayer for yes. Yes, hydration. I'm gonna try to drink this water. And after the study, I'll get rest because we don't teach again till Sunday. So I'm gonna try to on the Shabbat after the study, I'm gonna try to get as much rest as I can. And then all right. Shalom Akiana out there in the UK. All right. So Yah's Jewel, it says your device is not connected. So they will need to connect their mic or their camcorder before you can add them to the stream. So just letting you know. All right. So we're going to get started. I messaged myself a note from the Father when I was washing up. Okay, so it says every people's history. Okay, let me do it this way. Okay, shout out to Jag One in the building. Let me do it this way. Let me find my thumbnail. Oh, there you go. Good. It's right here. So I can open it this way. All right. There we go. And then I'm going to present and put this on the screen for a second. Window. Bang. Share screen. Shout out to New York too, my Facebook. Shout out to anybody who over in New York watching in over on Facebook, getting this knowledge, this teaching of the Most High, who we are. So this is the thumbnail, right? So it says Benjamin Franklin. Hold on, let me do this. Let me make this thumbnail full screen for 1 second. So I can make it. That didn't get no bigger. Oh, I know how I can make it bigger. That didn't get no bigger at all. Let me not make it full screen. Let me bring us back. How do I do that? This way. Okay. That didn't get no bigger. All right. So let me do it. I think I could do it this. Oh, that's not the tab. I think it's where are you? Here you go. And then I need to get that one off the screen first. Bring this one back on the screen. And then there you go. Thank you, y'all. Now we cooking with olive oil, y'all. All right, there you go. That looks much better. All right. So now, this is the thumbnail. And the thumbnail reads, Benjamin Franklin said. And then I put a caption of what he said in his book, right? This is how we're going to start this off, right? And then I put Black Europeans. And then I put a dollar bill. A dollar bill, y'all, right? That's Benjamin Franklin. That's him right there on that money. he on that dollar bill, right? So he must have been some type of important, right? Most of us heard of Benjamin Franklin, one of the founding fathers of this American stolen, genociding, massacred land that was taken over, right? To the victor goes the spoils, right? Through all history, there was a conquering of people. And as I taught on the other one, the conqueror back in history, and these are in these ancient books. We're going to be reading from books tonight from the 1700s and the 1600s and the 1800s. And back in those books, as I read one of the other weeks, they the conquerors would not just take the land, when they would conquer a place, a city, a state, a land, a country, they wouldn't just take the land and enslave the people. They would also take the identity. Oh, am I not being heard clearly? Y'all let me know. Let me know, Yasha, if my mic is clear, if it needs to be turned up or down. Yeah, okay, thank you. Let me know if we get, I probably won't get loud. I don't know. We'll see how this goes. If I get loud and the mic peaks, y'all let me know so I could turn the volume down. If I start to get excited, if the Rayak, Yahuwah Saba Ov Ya'aya Saba Yaf, the heavenly host comes in, he's roars he's like the general. All right, so of the Most High, of the spirit realm, of the heavenly host that they say in the scripture, the Saba Yafs in Hebrew. All right, so Benjamin Franklin, they taught us all about him in history, right? For these people who founding fathers, I don't know what they found. they ain't find nothing because it wasn't lost. See, y'all know see, this how they do history. And then somebody founding father. Y'all ain't find nothing. This place wasn't lost. People were here. All right. Now, Benjamin Franklin describes in his book the people who were here. Okay. In this America, this land that's called America now, right? That they named this America. To the victor goes the spoils, the conqueror. So in the ancient times that they wrote about in these books that we're going to read tonight in the 16, 17, 1800s, the people who conquered these lands, they would not only take the land for possession for themselves, but they would also take the identity of the people that was on that land. They would take the land and then they would take the identity and become the people. And history goes to the victor. So they would usually wipe out the history of the people that was in the land that they're going in to conquer. They would try to just totally annihilate their history, to wipe them from like those people, wherever they at, they're conquering, never existed. And then they would write themselves, the victor, the conqueror, would write themselves into the history of that land. And depending on how long that victoring nation who conquered this people, how long they ruled, history would be written that they were the people of that land. This thing happened in Europe. Everybody nowadays think Europe was white. You got the Scottish people thinking Europe was white. You got English people, Britain, thinking, see, it's two different. Britain and English was two different back then, thinking it was white. You got Welsh and Danish people thinking it was white. You got Ireland people thinking it was white. You got Germans thinking it was white. You got Spanish thinking it was white. You got Roman, Italian thinking it was right. Swedes, Scandinavians. But it wasn't. There was a people that was ruling all of these lands, and their tombs, their images, their statues, their mosaics, their frescoes, these are paintings and drawings, their reliefs, all of their stuff is still there in these lands. Okay, shout out to Joseph Robinson in the building. Shout out to Jonathan Tajan in the building. Shout out to Run Rock in the building. Shout out to Ya'alda in the building. All right, they're coming in. The children of Yah coming in the building. All right, so now, this happened this even happened in Asia. Listen clearly. Asia, the whole of Asia, before there was in Africa, okay, there was in Asia first. There was no separation of these lands. They drew a line on a map to try to call this part of Africa. That's divide and conquer. There's the Afro-Asiatic people, China, Japan. We'll be going through these series, right? Showing you the books, the pictures, the statues, the reliefs, the tombs, the monuments, the sculptures, the temples, the pyramids, in all these lands. And they all show who they were. Now, yes, now, when the conquerors, there's a removal of one set of people out of all people on the planet Earth. There's a people that every nation on the planet wants to remove their history. They don't care. Everybody else can have a history. They can have a land. There is a prophetic, spiritual hatred and bias to make sure that one group of people have no identity ever. They literally now, this gonna come in this series, not tonight, where they even, I know y'all heard that they try to say Egyptians, it's further than y'all think. They got these young kids nowadays, these, what they call them, TikTokers and these Instagrammers sitting up there with these false studies that these people made in the 1975 or 19 whatever, making these fake studies saying that Egypt was not black. Even though the Egyptians drew themselves, right? So people, because they don't know it, their spirit is telling them to replace us. There's a place called, we're gonna touch on that tonight. I've got a book. We're gonna read from a book tonight, and we're gonna open the book tonight. I ain't just got the slides tonight. I'm gonna open the book with y'all. Y'all gonna see the pages, and we're gonna go through the actual books. So we got one book we're gonna go in. This is where they start to whitewash, meaning the people. This person is gonna talk about these people coming from India, that the Hebrews. It was India, not Africa. So everything is replacing, but an Iberian. But we're going to show y'all from the other books that these people are right, but they're just taking the identity of the people that were actually there and making it another people. But everything they're saying is correct. Now, this the note the Most High told me. He said, I wrote it on my phone, every people's history of every people, not just his creation. The Most High has created people, even the Nephilim, the hybrid, the fallen angels, these other gods, aliens, or whatever you want to call them. Every people's that came into this planet, their history is recorded. And the Most High said he will not allow the total erasure of any people's history, whether they're Nephilim or anything, whether they're righteous, dark. He won't allow the total annihilation of any people that came into existence, history, because everything is linked together. So what I mean by that is everyone's genealogical and accomplishments and travel spoils, everything is all tied together. So if you allow the total removal of one of a people, just totally from any remains, any notice of them, it's going to break the chain of events of peopling from the beginning, from Adam and Hayavah, Adam and Eve, before they fell in Genesis 3 and 6, the mark of the beast, sin, 3 6s, Genesis 3 and 6, the curse. Before that, the second world was created. From him until all the way down the line, guys, if a chain is broken, then it would disrupt the events, because everybody's existence has an effect on the next one down the chain. Do y'all understand? So the Most High said that he did not, and will not allow any of the chain from Genesis 3 and 6, and then before, the first world and the second world, to be totally erased. All right. Now, he said, every people's history is recorded. He won't allow this because it said, and now this he said, and the ancient hatred for a certain people, that everyone is trying to annihilate their lineage, their accomplishments, their place in the timeline. And the crazy thing is that they, no disrespect to no other nation, they have one of the most important lineages in the timeline of the history of peoples on the earth. All right. Now, this Benjamin Franklin book that we're going to open the actual book. It's literally titled something about the peopling of mankind. That's crazy that I just thought of it when I reading my message, right? So I got that message out. Now, Benjamin Franklin had to be very, very important because he is on the $100 bill. Y'all know the $100 bill is one of the most important dollar bills, dollar bill, y'all. And y'all know we all need a couple of those Benjamins, right? Because you know it's money. So look, that's him, right? y'all know that. Everybody know that figure. If you did it, you might want to know this one right here until they do away with fiat currency. You know what I mean? Now they're replacing currency. They're replacing him with a frog and a dog. Pepe, Dogecoin. They're replacing these fools with memes. But that's the new digital currency. This place is crazy. When you think about this spirit realm, it's crazy, right? So anyway, so Benjamin Franklin, he was very important to history. So now I want y'all to, I'm doing this like this because I'm going to stop all the foolishness, right? You had some brother come in. I might try to show his comment, but I'll probably have to scroll down where he said, y'all ain't have no history. Nobody, black people ain't never ruled nothing. You never had no kingdoms. You were always slaves. Y'all trying to steal everybody's identity. Y'all wasn't pharaohs and kings in Egypt. Y'all wasn't, they saying Phoenicia is white. Anything other than black. Phoenicia is white. Egypt is white. Sumeria was white. Acadia, they going really far now. I'm talking about ridiculous stuff. So I'm like, so now this is the funny part when you think about this. So I'm like, so, okay. So everybody, unless you just so prophetically prophetically overtaken spiritual dark spirit to hate this group of people so bad that you just want to take all intelligence and throw it out the window. Everybody, scholars, historians, archaeologists, just all type of sciences and education and scholarship and everything, everybody agrees that the first created man was melanated with, right? Everyone knows, like they haven't went ridiculous to that level yet. It's coming. Mark my words. That's coming next. Remember, I said this, March 22nd, 2024. Mark my words. They're going to come out and they're going to have these young kids making these TikToks and stuff. See, black people wasn't the first people to create it, right? So before they do that, everybody agrees. So this is the thing that blows my mind. If we so-called melanated black people, because they're trying to even take Africa from it. This is insane where they're going now, right? They're saying, if we leave it to them, we didn't even exist, period. That's what they want to do, right? Wipe us totally from history, period. So if everyone's got science, archaeology, history, everybody agrees that the original man and woman were black and everyone and the genetics of everyone came from these two people, then why would y'all think that that's your original parents? No matter what you are now, it doesn't matter. Your original seed goes back there. All of us. So you can hate yourself all you want. Ooh, that's a word. That's a word. That's a spirit. That's a rayat. You can hate yourself all you want, but you cannot erase history, true history. the Most High said he will not allow the total annihilation of anyone's history, especially ours, because it's too important to the end of this book of life. Now, Benjamin Franklin is on the screen. Dollar bill, y'all. Right? Look at him. So we using old Ben, because these people are coming in here talking about all them books that say that the ancient kings of Danish and Welsh and Italy, the ancient black and the Moors, they even saying the Moors were white now. I swear, it is getting crazy now, right? And all of that, right? The Hebrews, everybody, right? They saying they wasn't, whenever they say that they were black, they were talking about their hair color. I know. You would think that that is, you have to be boo-boo, the Dumbo, the fool, to be sitting up there. That's your scholarship? That through all the books, when they said the complexion, they say, no, back then, when they said the complexion, they were saying that was describing hair color. So I'm going to show y'all in a second where they got the charts where they're describing, and they say the people were black or brown for their complexion, and then they got another a part of the chart because they're describing them. They trade their eye color, their complexion, and then their hair color. So you can miss us, right? I know. The fact that we even got to do that shows you that this is an ancient spiritual hatred of a people that is that ridiculous that you want to just erase everything. All right, now, so we're going to get there in 1 second. I just need to walk down the thumbnail. So I said, okay, let's start this one off with Benjamin Franklin, because, we're going to open up these books from these writers that we never heard of, right? We're going to open up these ancient books from the 1600s. So they writing these books that they were writing back then were books written as a lot of these other books that's going to come out next on Sunday, because I'm preparing for it, are instructions. Okay, these were books, instructions to sailors and traders. Back in the 1500s, the 1600s, the 1300s, the 1400s, it was all about trading. So they were ships that would go in ports, and they would go there to trade, and they would log down in these book of records what they saw when they went to these lands. So these were white people. All these books that we're going to read from are the white people. This is to the white people who want to say we didn't, we weren't there. The black people, I even got black people coming at me, brother. I know that, but we can't take people's identity. And these people think they know what they're talking about, right? This is for the Asians. This is for the whatever, East Indian, whatever nationality. These are the white traders who had authority under their kings or whatever country they were coming from, right? They were logging in these books what they saw, so that the other traders and sailors who would go into Italy, Spain, Welsh, the Dutch, Scotland, Ireland, they would know from the books what the people look like and what to expect. That's what, it wasn't for us. We ain't write none of these books. We're going to get there. These were books written as instructions to the sailors and the tradesmen who would be inhabiting these countries and these isles. They called them isles, I-S-L-E-S, islands, as to what they would see and what they could expect. And they described the people. Swarthy, dub, tawny. These are descriptions from these dictionaries back then in the 1800s that describe black as Africans, Negroid, all of these descriptions, black. All right. Now, that's what we got nothing to do with that. So that's why the title of this video, WUZ KANGZ, right? And NEM. Y'all know what that was? I titled it, WUZ KANGZ and NEM, because, you know, they got these, you know, little young, you know, these young white people, no disrespect, because that's who's doing it, a lot of them. They be, you know, they hella, Hella, hella disrespectful, making these little videos. WUZ KANGZ, and everybody want to be, you know, they just, whatever. And they, not just the whites, they do it to others. Shout out to my righteous so-called white brothers and sisters. Remember, nobody's white and black and all this stuff. See, that's right there how you know that this whole thing has been turned upside down. But listen, so that's why I titled it WUZ KANGZ and NEM. Right? So I did the little and NEM because, you know, they try to play with our slang. But the funny thing is, they always trying to play with our ebonics or our slang and everything, but at the same time trying to look like us, dress like us, right? It's just whatever. Let me not get in my let me not trigger myself. right, because we get triggered, right? We had enough stuff against us, but it won't stop. It's a biblical hatred. It's prophecy. The Most High said that will happen. All right, now these are signs that let us know who we are. All right, so anyway, so, you know, they like WUZ KANGZ. So I titled it WUZ KANGZ and NEM. And the and NEM mean we weren't just the kings. We were the Stuarts. We were the Saxons. We were the Earls. We were the Dukes. We were and NEM. You heard that part? So they all worried about the monarchy, the kings. Oh, it's more than kings. We were more than kings. WUZ KANGZ and NEM. That part. All right, now. So I said, let's start this one off with Benjamin Franklin. So you want to know why I use Benjamin Franklin? Because the biblical hatred against us. If I use, well, you know, these other books, they're going to be like, okay, yeah, say it in the books, but they meant this and we don't know. I'm going to use one of the most famous historians in existence. This dude is on $100 bill. The only people who don't know who this is people who ain't never had $100. Or they little young, they don't know nothing about no education or history or nothing. You know, they're in the jungle somewhere. They don't know who no Benjamin Franklin is. But most people in the world, they know who this is, especially in America. That's why I said, let's use Benjamin Franklin. I don't need you bringing me some person who did some thesis in 1934 or some person who did this in this year and that year. We don't know who this is. He might have had a bias. Benjamin Franklin. Now, this is the good part about this resource, this source. He wrote who we were. I know some of y'all can see it on the screen, but we're going to get there. He wrote who we were, but not only did he do that, he didn't like us. This is why this is such a good source. Number one, it's one of the most famous historians in existence. Number two, he was biased against us. His writing was like, I'm prejudiced for my own race, skin color. So now here we go, Yasha. They're going to have to miss us. That's why I put miss us with this. Oh, they're talking about hair. He ain't talking about hair. He said he's biased. He admits he's being a little racist because he prefers his own skin color, his own race, white people. And he says, white people, look what this says on the screen. The Saxons only accepted who with the English make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. This is the miss us part. Oh yeah, I am going to get loud. Okay. I see. Go ahead, Yasha. Let me turn my mic down right now. Praise y'all.
Wait, Unc. The Saxons, not the Anglo-Saxons?
Not that. Oh yeah, you already know. And we about to get there in a second, right? For those who didn't know, y'all gonna find out tonight even more. All right. So not the Anglo-Saxons, the Saxons. Okay. Right. So there's going to be a difference. Y'all going to find this out tonight. So now, Ben Franklin, he said, I ain't said, we ain't said, don't get mad at Unc. Don't get mad at Mashiach Assembly. Don't go down in the hood and get mad at Ray Ray or Taquan or Shanisha. Don't get mad at Shanisha in Walmart with the bonnet on, with a belly sticking out. Don't get mad at little Taquan with his pants hanging, smelling like weed, can't even talk. He ain't say nothing, but he don't even know. All he know, he trying to get Benjamin Franklin's in his pocket. No, you need to be careful from them. Be careful from them. Right? You see them coming, go the other way. Both of them, him and Shanisha with the bonnet and the slippers on. All right? These hood, right? But you know, you got y'all same one in every nation of people. you know, y'all already know. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. All right, so now, this ain't who we talking about. Now, Benjamin Franklin, here, he said, and we're gonna get there, the Saxons only are the exception who, along with the English, now there's two English we're gonna find out in the book. There's Black English and White English. They say it in the books. I don't say it. The books from the 1700s say it. I ain't saying this. All right. He says, with the English, make the principal body of white people on earth. He is not talking about hair. He didn't say they make the principal body of people with white hair on the face of the earth. Y'all want to stay with that stupid stuff? I ain't even entertaining that anymore after tonight, right? We're going to get this out the way right off the top, that we're going to start this off showing that they ain't talking about hair. Because even some of the ancient writers, this hair thing has been going on for so long that even some of the ancient writers from the 1800s wrote in their books about against this hair thing. And we're going to start this study off with an ancient book, right? That's stating that. The first thing. We need to get that out the way first, and then we can get into the books, the story tonight. All right? All right. WUZ KANGZ. Shout out to Benjamin Franklin for being racist and telling the truth. All right? That's what I mean. I ain't shouting him out for being racist, but I'm shouting him out for telling the truth in his racism. All right. So I got to take a blow my nose break 1 second too. So I was going for a minute there. I was doing good for a minute. I guess once I get going again, y'all will stay me. All right. So praise y'all. All right. So we going to get started. Let me remove myself so I can blow my nose. I don't want
And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion, as are the Germans also.
a swarthy complexion, right, Yasha? All right, thank you. I was going to tell you that too. Whenever I have to go off screen, just say something, entertain them, right? Of swarthy. Now, it's Ben Franklin, all right? And just in case you want to know what swarthy is, here you go. What is swarth? It says being of dark hue, moderately black, tawny. Swarth is swarthiness, tawniness, a dusky or dark complexion. Dark complexion, guys. Swarthy, as black as the swarthy African, it says. Black as the swarthy African. Black. Swartiness is a tawny color. Swartish, somewhat dark or tawny. Swarty, tawny. So swarthy is black or tawny. Okay. So the definition, the Webster's Dictionary, the first one from the 1800s or something, it told you, I'm reading from that. Black and tawny, black as the African, the tawny black African. Okay, so what does Benjamin Franklin say? He says, in Europe, the Spaniards, the Italians, the French, the Russians, the Swedes, the Swedish, are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion, black as the African, as are the Germans also. I didn't say it. Ray Ray and Pookie did not say it on the block. Hakiyama, tell them to get mad at Benjamin Franklin. That's they founding father, right? Get mad at old Ben. Now, Ben says in this same, we're going to open this book and show y'all. He said he don't even like, he not okay with that. He just describing. Now, he also says, I think it says, we're going to get to it in the book. I think it says Africa, all of Africa is black or tawny. Asia is chiefly tawny. You just heard Webster's dictionary said swarthy and tawny means black, like the black African, black. So Asia was chiefly black. Benjamin Franklin said it. All of Africa was black or tawny. America, Benjamin Franklin said, exclusive of the new people who came to America, was wholly so. Wholly, the whole of it, the whole entire America was black or tawny. I ain't say it. Benjamin Franklin said this. We're going to get there. We're going to open this book. He said, and in Europe, hold on, guys. He talking about hair. Bad scholarship. He's describing the hair. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know no history. Benjamin Franklin said all of Africa have black hair. He said all of Africa have black tawny hair, Yakama. He said Asia, they chiefly got tawny black hair. But the funny thing, tawny and swarthy means black like the African. So that's even saying they got black African hair. See, once you start to debunk these fools, it makes no literal scholarship sense, no sense, period. Okay, so let's go with the hair thing. So that meant all of Africa had black, negroid, tawny, black African hair, and all of Asia had black African hair. We can run with the hair thing if that's what y'all want to run with, right? All right. Then it says America, exclusive of those newcomers, us. That's Benjamin Franklin. Wholly got black African hair too. We're gonna run with this hair narrative. Then he said, in Europe, in Spain, in Italy, in France, in Russia, in Sweden, and Germany, they got black African hair too. What part do y'all want? Like you cannot change history. The Most High said he won't allow it. So the Most High would have Benjamin Franklin, who's going to be one of the most famous historians in the world, literally write this. Because he's not going to allow no people's total history to be totally annihilated because it breaks the historical chain. And it stops the chain of events. And you need the chain of events to get all the way to the judgment at the end. You heard that part? I don't care what y'all believe in. I don't care if you don't believe in the Most High. I don't care if you're calling him Yah, Yahweh, God, Lord, Jehovah. You can call him whatever you want. Elohim, all this stuff. I don't care what you call him. The creator of existence is not allowing. Now, let's get going. All right, shout out to Ben Franklin. It's all about the Benjamins, baby. Boom, boom. I wish I could play the song. I can't. They'll strike the chat. I wish it was free to just report. Right? Now, we ain't saying be all about y'all money. That's mammon, but y'all know. Ben Franklin's on a $100 bill. That's why I use old Ben. The Most High used old Ben. The Most High, used old Ben to validate to stop this foolishness. All right, sorry guys, I ain't had the chat on the screen the whole time. I know y'all probably having a good old time over there in the chat. Yeah, she said Ray Ray and Pookie ain't never say swarthy a day in their life. They don't even know what swarthy is. You go to Ray Ray and Pookie on the block talking about, yo, y'all swarthy. They be like, your mama swarthy. They be ready to shoot you. You will get shot. Go on the block and call Ray Ray Pookie Tawny or swarthy. They don't know what that is. Did he just call me a nigga? That's back what they, you be like, bro, Ray, you Tawny. Your mama Tawny. I don't even know what that is. They be like, get the gun. you gonna get shot. Yeah, she's right. You're right. She is Tawny. All right. So, all right. So here we go. Let's get started. All right. So I got orders. So how I got to do it? So he said I wrote over here because I got so much. The black hair, my hair tabs first. The anacolapsis window, and the about the hair, and the book of the ancient modern Britons. They do the hair. Do that first. So let me find where that one is. So I got it open. I even got the book, but I got the tab already open because we need to do the hair thing first. So is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. Because on the next page he says it. Robbers, they remember. The first, give me a second. The first night they remember. Nope, that's not the hair unless it's the next page. Give me 1 second. That's why I said they didn't attack in my lesson so much. I had all this stuff set up the first time. So nope, that's not that one. That's the one they talking about black, but they ain't talking about the hair. So it's one of these. Give me 1 second. I'll find it. Where the brother he wrote in the book. So and I got the book. So I know I opened the tab in one of these. That's Ben. It's not him. It's not that one. It could be this one with the coins. Let me see. Let me do this one. It could be this one. Give me 1 second, guys. A little patience. Okay. Nope, it's not that one. All right, so let me just open. See, that's what I knew was going to happen. The main one, I knew I was going to get live and have a hard time finding which one it is in all these tabs. Let me do this one. So let me try to go back. Let me try to go forward. Is it? All right, I got to find it. So let me, I got to find it because that's how we got to start this one off. See, I have a little patience. It's one of these tabs. It's not that one. It might be this one because I got that one in the book. I can leave that one for the book. Oh, that's the same one. So let me go forward. Okay, that's Ben Franklin. Okay, so let me go back. I'm gonna find it. Give me 1 second, guys. It's in here somewhere. Like Prego, it's in there. All right, I need to find it though. Let me go back. 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 Come on, buddy. Come on. Where you at? Where you at? Come on. You can do it. Or maybe it's in the video. Well, that wasn't it. All right, so let me, I gotta find the video. I knew this was gonna happen because of the attacks. All right, so I think this one I had right there. I don't need that. I can go back to that. Go back here. Sorry, guys. All right. Let me, I just want to knock this hair thing out the way for when we start, and then we can move on. I can get this thing popping and going. All right. So here we go. Let me open my tab with the books. It might be open in Europe. That's Ben Franklin. So let me go to this one. Is it this one? No, that's the other book. The Egyptian blackness and observation. That's the okay. Is it this? Oh, it's this one. It's this one. But I don't know. It's spinning, so that means it probably moved my tab. Oh, and it's loading. Of course it is. Oh, and I gotta borrow the book for an hour. That's so interesting that I gotta borrow the book to open this. That's like crazy. So I was waiting for the study. So I'm probably gonna borrow it right now because we just get started with this. Because I guess after an hour, they're gonna close my book. They like close some of the chapters, right? So let me click. This ain't that one. Let me see it. It's not this one. It's not that one because that one's open for that. It's this one. So how do I do? Borrow for 1 hour. That's so if I click it, borrow for 1 hour, it's spinning. That's new to me. That's crazy, these books, guys. We could only borrow this book for an hour. And they said after an hour, it ends at 10:40 p.m. Wow, that's insane. So, and it's like you're at the library on the internet. And they said if without borrowing it, a lot of chapters are missing from the book, which is crazy. So, all right, so now, so it's in this book, but now how am I gonna find it? Because it's on the page, and I got that tabbed. And this book is big. It got 420 pages. All right, so that's not, we still gonna open this book in a second because I need it open, but that's dope that we borrowed the book. All right, so let me, I really need that tab, bro. Where is it? Ancient Britain, about hair, ancient and modern Britain window. Okay, let me just find it, guys. I just gotta be patient. I'm just live and I'm rushing it, and I just gotta be patient. It's in one of these tabs, right? Is it this one? There you go. This is it. It been, see what I tell y'all? It's been here open the whole time. That's when you're trying to rush when you live. You know what I mean? And I gotta, that's why I said, you know, relax. That's the right act, like relax and just, okay. So now let me come back to y'all. It's here. All right, how do I find y'all? Over here. Now let me stop sharing old Ben. We're gonna come back to Ben. Now let me present, share screen, and it's window. It gotta be this one. Share. All right, here we go. So now this is, first we gotta start this off to remove this stupid stuff about, they talking about hair when they talk about blacks. All right. So Yasha, can you, oh, I can make it bigger by just stretching it. Can you help me, young king? There we go. That's big enough for everybody to see.
I could put
Yes.
And this book, hold on. Let me do it better, Yasha. Let's do it better. Let's do this scholarship even better than that. Let's show them where it's coming from. Here we go. That's the book I just borrowed. We got to return it at 10:40 p.m. That's hilarious. All right, so let me ancient thing. Let me come back to y'all, right? I'm gonna show y'all the book. This present. And they literally say they take pages out the book. I bet you they take the pages that talk about us out the book. If you, this history stuff is crazy. Share screen. There we go. This is the book. Share. All right, now let me come back to y'all. I want to see how it looks on the screen. It looks pretty small. Oh, I can make it bigger. Okay, let me, if I zoom in. Hold on, let me come back to y'all. I want to see how it looks for everybody at home. They can see that, right? Yasha, your screen too big. You see everything. You got a big movie projector. You watching it on. Everybody that's on their phone, can y'all see clearly what this says? I'm gonna make, matter of fact, let me just make it bigger. All right, first of all, let me read it. Yeah, this is crazy, right? Let me read it, and then I'm gonna make it bigger on the screen. I'll do it that way for the people at home. So, hold on, I gotta go back here, go to here. Okay, now I need to make this smaller so I can see what y'all seeing. There we go. Now we cook it, and let me move this over here so that I'm not looking to there. And then let me move the StreamYard a little to here. I can still see the chat. There we go. And now, yep, I can still see my Zoom. So this book is called Ancient and Modern Britons. So Great Britain back then was Briton, Volume 1, from David McRitchie. Now we're going to go back to the cover in a second. I just want to show y'all. I'm going to give a 2-page view, right? And we're going to open the book together. Look. Now we just opened the page. We all together. Ancient and Modern Britons, right? Now we're going to go to the next page. It's called Ancient and Modern Britons, a Retrospect by David McRitchie, Volume 1, right? Now these are black, right? Jaguar said, yes, I'm sitting shotgun staring at my cell and it's all good. Thank you, Jaguar. All right, so now let's go to the next page. All right, so the funny thing in this book, with my brother Jazz from Germany, his name is Daryl Preston, and his mother's name is Frances Preston. This is black people. This is a copyright 1985. Now this book is from, okay, let me make that bigger. No, not that. I was the wrong tab. This one. Zoom in. There we go. Let's zoom in. We can zoom in on them. This book is from 1884. Make that a little bigger for the people at home that got bad eyesight. 1884. Okay? So they they reprint the books and they make them over. That's how for history, right? So the first published 1884 this book was from London. All right? And the color illustration, we're going to go back. Right? So this is copyright France Preston. We did the copyright. They re-copyright the books to keep, the history of going to the books. But it's original works of the book. That's why you see on the screen it says this borrow ends at 10:40 p.m. So they're gonna stop us from they're gonna take some pages out. So we need to knock this book out before they take the pages away from us. They're probably gonna take our pages that describe, you know what I mean? So anyway, the cover illustration on the cover, and we're gonna go back to the cover and zoom in. It's supposed to be a black Norman knight. It's gonna come out. We were the Normans as well. Okay? The Normans. The Saxons, the Normans, the Earls, the Dukes. Okay? All right. So, now, a black Norman knight with his lady from the heraldic collection of Sir Thomas Wriothesley, Garter, King of Arms, 1504 through 1534. We come in with receipts. Oh, when people, we was kings. Y'all could be, I don't know why y'all so jealous of us that we at the bottom of everybody. What? We can't even have a grape. We try to have a grape. Y'all can't have no grape. Y'all ain't nobody. Y'all can't have nothing. We get you. I get it, slave masters. I get it. You following in your father's footsteps, you serpent seeds, right? That's all y'all are. You all Netflix. Anybody who got that spirit over you, that's a dark devil spirit that's over you. That's a biblical prophetic hatred of a people. Now, we ain't write this, right? All these 1505 to 1534, the cover. So we're going to go back to the cover. I just want to zoom in. We're going to walk this down. We need to do this book first because we on a time clock with this book. Okay. All right. So now let's go up. Okay. That's page. That's that page, right? We opening this book together. All right. How far part of the attractions? I'm sorry. That's a Martin thing. I got to show a clip of that so y'all can know what I'm talking about. All right. So here we go. Let's turn the next page. We in the class together. All right. Let me zoom out. Let's turn the next page. All right, here we go. All right. So now we're going to come back to that. We're going to start reading. First of all, let's read. We ain't going to read yet, but let's look at the first page. Look at this says. McRitchie informs us that Negroes, probably from West Africa, brought to Scotland the Ashanti blood ceremony, the marriage dance, the Morris dance, and other traditions. We got a problem. Houston, we got problems. But they want to say, they talking about hair. Mac Ritchie, he talk about hair. Their hair, Yasha, their hair was dancing. Their hair was getting married. Their hair had a marriage ceremony. All right. So now let's get back. This ain't the part that we need to bring out. We're gonna knock the hair out. That's in this book, right? So now again, these ain't black people writing this book, guys. This book is from 1855. Okay. Now let's go back. Let's go back to the cover. Let's flip. Let me scroll out again. This is pretty fun. This is pretty cool. I like this type thing. We in the book together. We in the classroom together. Let's go back to the first page, the cover. So now let's scroll. This look weird over here, like Hakiyama said. I know. I was like, what in the? But this is actually from the 1500s. Look. Hold on. Let me make it big for the people in the back of the classroom. We ain't about to make no mistake at all. Y'all see them lips? we ain't about to make no mistake at all. We ain't draw this book. This from the 1500s. This is a black Norman knight. The black rulership in Europe. Norman. Okay? Now, this is him. A black Norman knight. He got his staff in his hand. He got his coat of arms stuff on. Okay? Look at him. I mean, they couldn't make this more black. I mean, with the lips. Shout out to Hoshaya. Right, King? Right, Hoshaya? They could not make this more black. You can't make this one up. Right? All right. So now, right? He got his crown on his head. You see? Right? And then it says, now this one, I don't know what this is about, so don't get triggered, my sisters. I don't know what this is about. No, she wasn't white. Look at her nose. That ain't a white girl. I know this be triggered. What? She was like, the brothers in the 1500s wanted the white woman. You know the sisters be getting triggered. I'm like, oh my goodness, sisters gonna definitely be triggered. Right? So now that I zoom in, I thought she was white, right? I zoom in, I'm like, look at that nose. All right, sisters. So let's. All right. I mean, if she was, I mean, what? I don't know. What do you want? What y'all want, guys? What we want? All right. So this is how they drew the image. But that nose is definitely a nice wide flat nose. That is all right. So all right. So anyway, all right. So she got this big. I don't know, king crest, eagle staff thing. Now these are ancestors. Now they wasn't following y'all. They was not. That's why they got killed out, sent into slavery and all that, because these are ancestors and they still wasn't following the father. All right. So, and they were kings in them. They was kangs. They was kangs in them. Okay. So this is a Norman knight, right, with his crown on, right. That's him. I gotta zoom out. I must have turned the page. Yeah, I turned the page. So let me go back to the description. Oh, hold on. Let me go back to the description of that. What that is. The color illustration was a black Norman knight with his lady. And that comes from that image. That image ain't come from Pookie and Ray Ray on the block in Nolans, right? It ain't come from them and Buckhead. No, Bankhead is the hood in Atlanta. It ain't come from Atlanta, all right? It come from the heraldic collection of Sir Thomas Wriothesley, the Garter King of Arms, 1504 to 1534. Okay? All right. Now, praise y'all. That's done. Now let's I just wanted to show y'all where the quote that we're about to quote to get rid of the stupid hair stuff, and then we're gonna get to the real study, right? I'll show y'all the book where that quote come from. It comes from this book from 1855. Ancient and modern Britons. Ancient and modern Britons. All right, by David McRitchie in 1855. So now, stop share. We're going to come back to that because we got our clock. I wish they gave us a tick down clock because we borrowing this book. We almost got to, we got to hurry up with that. That's crazy that we on the clock with a book. That's insane. That's pretty dope that this is showing you, this is a great receipt for exactly what we're talking about. All right, so now let me share this window. Swarthy, is it this one? Yep. So this is from this book. It's page 114. Let's just do it. Let's open the book since I got the page from the screen. All right, let me go back because let's just use the book while we got it. So we don't want nobody to have no excuse for nothing we saying. They were like, they just want to steal people. Y'all wasn't nobody. We wasn't. Just tell them, get mad at your ancestors who wrote this stuff. All right, who wrote history, the real history. All right, so it's on page 114. Let me come back to y'all. Hold on, I got to work this technology. Bang, present, share screen, Ancient Martin Brennan's, share. All right, so now we're going to go to page 114 in this book right here, right? So now I can scroll like this. We in class, and I can go close to 114. That's 112. Let's see if it should stop on page. There you go, 112. Like the group 112, I like their song with Biggie Smalls. group 112, doom, doom, doom. Y'all know Uncle Julio, right? We got to. These people hate us, man. I don't know why they hate us. I ain't do nothing to y'all. I don't even know you. What you hate me for? All right, 114. So now we're going to make it big. We're going to make it big. All right, this is another thing we could do with this book. So look at this page. It literally says the Black Heathen. See, hold on. Let's zoom in. This book's just full of stuff, right? Look, Black Heathen in the title. No, but they talk about his hair, Yasha. His hair is a heathen. You know how they got good hair and bad hair, Yasha? He got bad hair, Yasha. His hair heathen. Akiyama. All right. So now let's go back. All right. Let's walk. Let me make it a little smaller. Back again. And now I'm gonna teach y'all a trick. I can make the book only show one page so it'll be bigger. So we're gonna change this from 2-page view to 1-page view. Bingo. Now we got 1-page view, right? Let me see if I make this window bigger, will it get bigger? Ooh, I don't know what that did. I gotta make sure not to click. If I click that return now button, we screwed. I gotta make sure do not click that red button. No, it don't get bigger.
Hey, Unc, you want to check your email?
All right, hold on. I got my email tab open right here too. Oh, stop share. I ain't want my email to pop up. All right, hold on. Thank you, y'all. That was a good save. I didn't know if it was gonna show my thing. All right, so you just sent something? I didn't get it. Maybe let me check my spam. I didn't get it. Nah. Yeah, try to send it again. I didn't get it. All right. Should I, there you go. What you did, send the book to me? The fullness of it? Ah, well, we cooking with olive oil then. Thank you. So, all right. So once this time out, we got the whole book. Thank you, Yasha. All right. So let me come back. Let me come back here. Thank you, y'all. I stopped that. I stopped that share screen fast. I was pulling the trigger. That reminded me on the block when I used to be on the streets back in the days. All right. So let's go back. Share. There we go. So now once it runs out of time, we got the whole book. Thank you, Yasha. All right. So now we're on page 114. All right. So let me zoom out so y'all see the whole page. All right. And scroll up. That's page 114. Now we're going to zoom in so everybody at home can read and see it. All right. All right. So let's make it big. I don't want no excuses. Yasha, could you read this from the book Ancient and Modern Britons? Ancient and Modern.
Yes, Norwegians and the latter Danes. But the typical Dane of today is not a black-haired man, quite the reverse. And dub means black without any word of hair.
All right, pause. So now this writer is making a clear distinction in the 1800s. This to all these people tomorrow. They were talking about hair whenever they talked about black in those books. This writer is telling you, he said Norwegians and the latter Danish people. He said, but so we got to go. What he must have said something earlier. He said, there we go. He said, besides the general term Gentiles, says Mr. Skeen, that of Gaul, Gall, the Irish word for stranger, was likewise applied to them, and two nations were distinguished as Fingal, white or fair-haired Gauls. White Gauls are fair-haired. Fair is lighter-haired Gauls. And dub Gaul. So when they say Fingal in these books, we're going to go through stuff. That meant white. Y'all going to see it through these books. And dub, this is when you're talking about the Irish and the Dutch, the Danish and stuff, and the Welsh. See, Denmark up here. Denmark, Scottish King Malcolm succeeded in attaining. We'll get there, right? So let's knock this hair crap out the way. So it says, the two nations were distinguished as Fingal. Fingal, when they say that, that's the white Dutch, Irish that was there, or fair-haired Gauls, and then the dub Gaul, and I'll show you the definition where dub means black or dark-haired Gauls. See, now they're talking about hair color. See, we're going to show you when they're talking about hair color, because they do mention hair color. They be mentioning eye color, nose shape, lips, everything, describing. So this author, is not a black man. In the 1800s, he said the white fair-haired Fingal, or the white, I guess it's a Gaul, Irish, and then the dub Gael, black, dark-haired Gauls. Now, he said the former being Norwegians. So the former and the latter are the Danes. So now he's describing the former were the Norwegians and the latters were the Danes. Okay? Now, look at his notes at the bottom. Yasha, could you read that at the bottom?
Yes, it is stated in an account of their great defeat by Marius, Chambers' Encyclopedia Art Simbri, that when the battle was lost, the women who remained in the camp formed of the wagons killed themselves and their children.
Woo.
This wagon logger reminds one of Attila's similar camp on the plain of the Marne 5 or 6 centuries later.
Attila the Hun.
Yes. From the fact that they carried their women and children about with them, even when on the warpath, it is evident that the Cimbri or Dani were like the Huns, a nomadic people.
These were the blacks. So the Dani and the Cimbri, y'all gonna see in the other books, were the blacks of what they're speaking to these people. And they took their women with them even when they went to war. And when they got conquered, the women killed themselves and their children. Y'all gonna understand it happened in Spain. These guys, I know this ain't about being Hebrew Israelite, but these are the Jacob, these are Hebrew Israelite. These, and they did it in Spain too. Where instead of Spanish Inquisition, when the Moors sold them out for the Roman Catholicism, they killed themselves and their children rather than convert to this, to go away from their culture. All right. So now, Yasha, can you
You went mute, Unc. Oh, sorry.
sorry guys, for people new here, I'm kind of sick. So yeah, someone gave me a cold at the gym, so I'm battling something, so it's not gonna go as smooth as it usually go. Could you read Yasha the last that part because he's giving his receipts where he get these books from? This
Okay.
with his
Yes.
footnotes.
Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, page 376. Ibid, page 327. Compare the name given to Abyssinian, Oroma, Gallus, or Invaders, Volume 1.
All right, so thank you, Yasha, because I want to read the footnotes and everything to show we got to do scholarship because we got people here that have a biblical hatred and think we just speaking. They come here with this foolish stuff. You're not coming here with foolish stuff. You have no scholarship. So he's telling you what books this information is coming from. All right. All right. So now that's talking about the hair, right? So then he says the Norwegians was the first part and the latter are the Danes. It says, but the typical Danish person of today, that's why it's called. Now, when he says today, guys, this book is written in 18, I think it was 55. So he ain't talking about today, 2024. He's writing this book back then. So he said, but the typical Dane of today in 1855, that's why his book is called Ancient and Modern Britons, right? He says, but the typical Dane of today is not a black-haired man. So in 1855, the typical Dane of that day in 1855, Danish people was not the typical one, did not have black hair. He said quite the reverse. That meant they had more lighter hair, fair hair, I guess, different, not black haired. He said, and dub means black without any word of hair, without mentioning hair. So he's telling you, when you see that they write dub, they're not talking about their hair. Okay. Yasha, can you continue?
Yes, and dub means black without any word of hair. These two sections of invaders were also known as Finn Genti and Dub Genti, white Gentiles and black Gentiles, and as according to Armstrong, Finn, Fion, what, Loch
Leniak.
Leniak,
Yeah,
and
Loch
Dub
Leniak.
Loch Leniak, white.
Pause. He's giving descriptions. He's saying these two sections of invaders. Okay, these lands were being invaded. I'm going to show y'all that it was blacks, Hamites, all different, from all different lands in Africa, from Asia, they were invading and trying to take people land in Europe. Our ancestors had this land. You have invaders, white invaders, everything coming to try to take this land. Okay, so there's a lot of wars going on. So he said these invaders, these two sections of invaders were also known as Fin Genti and Dub Genti. So remember, when you scroll up right here, he says Fin Gal means white-haired and Dub Gal means black-haired. So I told you that Fin and Dub. So now he's describing them, but he said he's not talking about their hair. Any word of hair. Right. It says, all right. So, and Dub means black without any word of hair, no mention of hair. Then he says, and then he got an asterisk. So then when you scroll down to his footnote, he says this point has already been touched upon. So he put an asterisk there letting you know I've been already not this has already been stated. He's basically saying enough of this hair crap. Y'all hear me? Do some scholarship, guys, for those who want to try to, okay. So now he says, but the tip, he says, and Dub means black. Now there's a white man writing this. There ain't no black people writing this book. Shout out to now y'all in the building. And Dub means black without any word or mention of hair. Now he said these two sections of invaders, people he's talking about, were also known as Fin Genti, that's the fair, the white, and Dub Genti, black, without no mention of hair. Remember that, Dub. He says white Gentiles and black Gentiles. And according to Armstrong is probably some famous ancient writer or ancient whatever he's quoting, they called them Fion Laligniac, right? Yasha, you probably said that better than me. Lacliniac, Fion Lacliniac or Dub Lacliniac, meaning white Lacliniacs and black white Lacliniers and black Lacliniers, or the Scandinavians. See, these are ancient terms. Before they were called Scandinavians, they were called Lacliniacs or Lacliniers. Okay? So now you understand it. Black Scandinavian. Now every black person, Pookie, Ray, all us, me, right? When I was Russia, we not know. If you told Scandinavia, what do you mean? We had that, that's white people, right? Yeah, history has been washed. Now, these were the white Scandinavians and the black Scandinavians. Fin Lalaklianax and Dub Lalaklianax. And in the wars of the Gaedhil and the Gael, the Gaels and the Gauls. This Gaul came out last week and it's going to come out a lot through this. This Gaul, as Wyatt brought out, this is where something about Oliver Cromwell, and he's coming out tonight. Oh, it's going down tonight. We got some good information coming out. Let me just get this hair crap out the way so we can really get this thing rolling. All right. So this Gauls, remember that Gaul thing, right? So it says in the walls of the Gaedhil and the Gael, the Gaels and the Gauls, the denarii are styled black dinars or black Danes. The Danish, they were called the denarii, black dinars, black Danes. Yasha, could you read that?
In none of these terms is there any hint that the color of the hair is indicated.
Okay, pause. This is the hair. So miss us with this hair crap. Okay? Sorry, I got people that I didn't join. Okay, they in. All right. So miss us with the hair crap. He's knocking his hair crap out the way. All right? So now he's saying in none of these terms where he's saying the denarii, the black dinars, or the black dales, or the white and the Fion Lacliniacs or the Dub Lacliniacs, in none of these terms is there any hint that the color of the hair is what they are talking about. So miss us. It says, but the expression used by Saint Berkan, probably somebody famous, is speaking of the Norwegians. Hold on, where is it? I scrolled up. I must have scrolled. Oh, there we go. But the expression used by Saint Berkan is speaking of the Norwegians. In speaking of the Norwegians, leaves no room for doubt. So when Saint Berkan, who's probably some famous saint, spoke about the Norwegians, probably in his books or speeches or something, he left no room for doubt. He calls them the Gentiles of pure color, white. So again, this book ain't for us, meaning this ain't black people writing, I mean, y'all right. No, these people, Benjamin Franklin gonna say it too. They're not pro-black. So this Saint Berkan, when he spoke of the Norwegians, he said they are of a pure color. And then he said the Danes then were not of pure color. They were dub, black. Look, as black at any rate, let us suppose, as the black Huns, Hungarian, Attila the Hun, and all these Huns, Hungarians, Hungary, as the black Huns who were of a dark complexion, almost black, what they saying, like almost pitch pure black, like Jesus was, sorry. These black Huns were like burnished brass, as if they were burned in a furnace. That part. Let's not get stupio. Let's keep it functional. Let's keep it real. You heard? The Mashiach, the Messiah. Burnished brass as if it was burned in a furnace. And guess what? He didn't have black hair either. Hair white as wool. As white as snow. Woolly hair. But it wasn't even black. But you see how they described his hair too, but they also described his complexion. Burnished brass as if it was burned in a furnace. Yasha, can you read? There can be no question about it. Read from that, please.
There can be no question about it. The designation given by the common people of one race to another is almost invariably founded upon some physical feature, and the most natural distinction is that of color, where the races differ in complexion.
Complexions. These complexions are not hair. Idiot juice. Anybody who thinks that, that's folio. You know why? Because I can have white hair and a white person next to me can have white. We can both be gray hair. Do you understand? When you get to a certain level of eldership, your hair starts to turn white. Some people get it younger. It's a genetic thing, right? So I can be white-haired and you could be white-haired. I could be red-haired and a white person could be red-haired. We can be blonde and a white person could be blonde. But that's going too far. That's going to trigger people. They don't realize that we got blonde hair, blue eyes too. Yeah, yabayan, that part. Okay? All right. Now, the writer said, there can be the designation given by the common people of one race, this the 1800s to another, is almost invariably founded upon some physical feature to describe the difference. And the most natural distinction is the color, where the races differ in their complexion. Brown, yellow, fair, white, their complexion. Okay, it says, the invading whites, listen to this, the invading white people who invaded. So that if they invaded, I mean that wasn't their land. Listen, all right? And it wasn't even the black Danes there, but other black people was there. We'll get to that in another book. We'll find out who was actually there, all right? because this wasn't a thing where blacks was invading blacks, others too. All right, this ain't a white black thing. It's more than that. Now, it says the invading whites styled the Indians of America redskins, and these again called their conquerors pale faces. So the invading whites styled, they styled back then, what he's talking about was they named the Indians, when they got to this land that they named America, they named them redskins, ruddy. We're gonna get to another book where matter of fact, what's the name? I think Benjamin Franklin described them. But we're gonna get to another book where they described the natives that he does describe it. But we got another book where they go even deeper and they call them ruddy complexion, brown, black. And they say ruddy African, something like that, ruddy Negroid or something, right? Now, shout out to Yadasa in the building. Now, it says the invading whites, they called the Indians in America redskins, and the Indians called the conquerors, which were the whites who conquered America, pale faces. Look what he says. A native Australian is a black fellow. Now remember, he is not talking about hair. He already put the footnote and everything, like he like missed me with the hair. This the white brother. Shout out to the Mac Ritchie or whatever his name is, this author, right? Shout out to those who wrote history and kept it real, right? Because we got other books, they're gonna make sure they don't describe nobody's complexion. This is hilarious when we start going through this stuff, right? So he said a native, this is in 1855, a native Australian is a black fellow to the modern Briton, who after all is his exceedingly distant kinsman. So the modern Briton was a black fellow too, because he said the native Australian was his distant kinsman, bloodline. Other blacks are roughly spoken of by us either under the title or under its other form as Negroes. So y'all gonna learn they got a distinction between Negroes, blacks, and all of it. It says, other blacks are roughly spoken of by us either under that title, right, or blacks, or under its other form as Negroes. So I guess they're talking about Negro hair, right? But we don't leave the hair thing alone. It says, therefore, when the white races of Britain, now look at this, Britain, T-A-I-N, and the other is B-R-I-T-O-N. All right? There's a difference. There's distinctions. Therefore, when the white races of Britain styled the Danes, they called them the black heathen. They simply made use of the most natural term that could occur to them, because they were black. like the Messiah, burnished brass, they were dark-skinned black. They were blacker than black. They were blacker than black. Yasha, could you read that right there?
It was not only in Scotland that the Danes received this name, but throughout the British Islands. Let me give a few extracts from the Annals of St. David's in Wales, which I obtained from Archbishop Baldwin's itinerary, translated and annotated by Sir R.C. Hoare. It is a record of murder and rapine.
That rapine, I think, is grape. I think.
Okay.
Go ahead.
A sample.
It might be something different.
Okay. A sample merely of what was happening throughout the
Hold on.
greater
So
part, sorry.
pause right there. Let me. He said it was not only in Scotland that the Black Danes received this name as the Black Heathen. So that's letting you know we were in Scotland, but it says, but throughout the whole British Islands. Because I'm saying this, guys, because these people are coming out saying we wasn't even in Europe. We were slaves, so we wasn't, we were slaves in Africa and all this other stuff. All right? These people are telling you this history, what was there. And he says, throughout the British Islands, let me give a few extracts from the Annals of St. David in Wales. He's given receipts, which I obtained from Archbishop Baldwin's itinerary, translated and annotated by Sir R.C. Hoare. It is a record of murder and rapine, a sample merely of what was happening throughout the greater part of these islands at that period, and before and after it, when a peaceful and partly Christianized people had to suffer every indignity at the hands of a ruthless and brutal race of pirates. Now you about to find out black pirates. We think, boy, we watch the movies with the Pirates of the Caribbean, and we watch the Vikings, and we hear that. We don't even black Vikings, black pirates. Oh yeah, let's go. So now he give his receipts. See, 812 combusto, whatever, with all this stuff. He giving his receipts, right? The learned annotator continues further on as the account given by Powell in the Welsh Chronicles differs somewhat from the above. I shall insert his tradition. Okay? I ain't going to read all this. It says in the year 810, St. David's was burnt by the West Saxons. In the year 1911, there came a great navy from Dock with Uther and Rahald and passed the Western Scent to Wales and destroyed St. David's. 981 AD, Godfrey the son of Her did gather a great army and landed in West Wales, was spoiling the land. All right, so they talk about that. So he added the insertion from these books, and he says in AD 1090 the Normans landed in Glamorgan, Ganeshire, and spreading themselves over different parts of South Wales, put an end to the predatory incursions of the Danish and other pirates. These words are Sir R.C. Hoare's. The Normans in great companies landed. Now remember, the Normans. Remember the front cover was a British knight. That black dude with the big lips, Norman. So remember. So you got to understand, that's why they have the pictures and everything, right? So you got to understand what they're talking about. But they're telling us we weren't there and all this stuff. The Normans in great companies landed in Dyat and West Wales and Cardigan and built castles there. Oh, the Normans, thank you, Diana. She said rapine is the violent seizure of someone's property. Thank you. That's what I thought. So the violent seizure of taking property, they probably took some of the... They probably did the graping too, but thank you for, that's why I did that. I'm like, you know what I mean? Yes, Yabba, we were everywhere. Now listen, guys, it says they started to build castles. So you see the front cover of this book, it got that black dude, you see he was blue black. You see how black they made him, right? And his lips was all the way to the corner. His lips was at the bodega while he was standing here, and he had a crown on his head and a staff, a black knight. Shout out to Sister Sherry Calhoun. Okay? So now listen, guys. It says they built castles, kingdom. But WUZ KANGZ, right? And all that, they want to be, it's foolish. We're gonna by the end of this series, we're gonna stop all this mess. And then I'm gonna make these short little videos, shorts, and I'm about to spread. It's going down. Y'all think I'm playing? Watch. I got work to do. We about to, yeah. They always shadow me on Facebook. This probably gonna be my last one on Facebook. Larry Yop, that was hilarious in the comment section. I said Mark Zuckerberg and them sent me some thing on Facebook telling me that they're gonna another copyright strike of me putting out this information, that they're gonna stop me from going live on Facebook. And Larry Yop put in the comment section, why ain't he in this bunker somewhere? That made me laugh when I read the thing. I made me laugh. I said, why ain't he in that bunker somewhere? Leave me alone, right? We're gonna teach the truth, right? All right, I'm gonna teach the truth no matter what. All right, so now the Normans, y'all saw a picture of them. It says they landed in Dyfed, West Wales, and Cardigan, and they built castles there, and so they began to inhabit the country upon the seashore, and to their protection, the church and town of St. David's probably owned the tranquility which they afterwards enjoyed. That statement right there, guys, is saying that those Normans, those black who came and built castles, what they did for that place, they protected the place. A tranquility which the protection, the church and the town of St. David's probably owed the tranquility which they afterwards enjoyed. Okay? Yes, the Black Knights. Okay? And so guys, so he was a Black Knight, but others are kings, lords, earls, knights. See, this is the monarchy. So we're going to show y'all that in a second. So they had titles and positions. Okay? Some were knights, some were Saxons. See? Some were kings, and they gave positions out. Okay, but this was a bloodline family, inherited crest, family crest. We got all the pictures and receipts of everything. All right. So it says here there is perfect unanimity. Perfect. So could someone look up that unanimity? I think it means a perfect cohesion, like uniting. Right? Like a perfect harmony, I think. So look it up. I don't want to speak, some of these ancient words. All right? Yahakanah said that means by all accounts. Thank you. Perfect things by all accounts. Unanimous. That's what I thought it meant. A unanimous, agreed upon. Yes, thank you, Yahakanah. That's what I thought. Universally, unanimous. It's perfect unanimity. Unanimous. I know. Don't get that's hilarious. The cum nigris gentibus of the Annals and Powell's Black Army are at one. I think that's a book he's quoting, this cum nigris gentibus, right? Of the Annals, that the Annals are records book, and Powell's Black Army. I think that's another book or annal, right? Probably some powerful person, General Powell or something like that. And it's saying they are at one with this, with what he's saying, this description of these Normans and what happened. It says, thus we have as evidence these terms. Dub, used with 4 different nouns. Niger, and black. Y'all gonna know who we are. Y'all know that's where they get this Igor word from. Hakyama said, we got 7 minutes left with this book. Praise y'all that Yasha, you got the full book, because we would have been screwed. We ain't get nowhere. That hour, I thought about just in an hour, we probably be on the first page. In an hour, we got some breaking down to do. Right? We got splaining to do. We at this ministry, we don't just read. You got other people, they just read. We got the Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit. We break down and give understanding to what's being said. So this ain't a rush. We can't be an hour. That's one sentence. All right? So anyway, Niger, in the scripture, what's his name? What's that dude named? Simeon of Niger. When the Messiah what they call Jesus, Yahshua, Yahshua, the Mashiach, Yahusha, when he's walking down Golgotha, and when he's carrying the cross beam on his neck, and what's his name? I think it was Simeon. What's that dude named the black one? The only one they try to act like that's the only black dude of Niger. See, that's where they get that NIGG thing they calling us, right? All right, Niger. So it says dub. They have evidence that dub used with 4 different nouns, Niger and black, all applied in the most natural and matter-of-fact way to the Danish pirates by men of presumably white race. He said, can anything be clearer? Listen. Now, the author is saying that they have evidence that these terms, the Black Army, the Cum Nidris Gentibus, the Niger, dub, and different nouns, black, all applied in the most natural and matter-of-fact way to the Danish pirates. The Danes, the Dubs, the Black Danes, the Normans, the Black Pirates, by men of presumably white race, gave evidence to this. So the person is saying, the author is saying, miss us. And this ain't a black man. This the 18th. This ain't black dude writing this. I know y'all people get prejudiced. Oh, yeah. No, this ain't us. He's writing history, right? Yasha, could you read, please?
What may be called genealogical evidence of the existence of black-skinned races existing in Scotland within historic times has already been adduced in considering the Moors. And it is difficult to decide whether the examples given ought to be styled Picts, so-called, or Danes, because both were Picts and contemporaries.
So both, all right. So now he says the evidence, the genealogical DNA evidence of the existence of black-skinned races of people existing in Scotland within historic times has already been adduced in considering the Moors. He said, stop it. You cannot try to remove the blacks from ancient Europe because it's already, everybody know the Moors were there, but now they're trying to say the Moors weren't even black. This is crazy where it's going, but whatever, right? So he said the Moors. But he's showing you it was way more than the Moors. I already told you that, right? Long years I've been saying it. Considering the Moors, he said it's difficult to decide whether the examples given ought to be styled, whether these examples, whether you're going to call them Picts. And remember, last week we brought the English UK, their website. They said these people were called Picts, right? These kings and this monarchy in Europe. The white United Kingdom Royal Britain website said it, right? We be bringing the biggest receipts you could get, right? Now it says Picts, so-called, or Danes. He said both. They both Picts, whatever. Picts mean black in the dictionary, and contemporaries, and the very district. Listen, which still bears the name of the ancient Moray. So the very town, the city, the district, still got the name there of the ancient Moray men, was also the very district in when the Danes lingered the longest there. That is excluding the islands, for which reason they have become the hunting ground of the fair-skinned victors. Y'all hear that? They hunted our ancestors. This is how the whites took over Scotland, Dutch, Dane, Welsh. All right? We're going to show through this series how we lost our kingdoms, and then they actually sent us, our ancestors, us into slavery. So a lot of us that are here in America, we did not come from a boat from Africa. We came from Europe. A lot of us. Some of us did come out, and they shipped us to Africa too, and the Caribbean and all over. Now, we're going to get to that in a second, because we're going to get to Oliver Cromwell tonight, right? I just need to get through this, right? Now, it says, the Danes lingered there the longest. So they stayed there for, they set up castles and everything for a long time, for centuries, for years. It says, for which reason that Danes, the Normans and all the Danes, they became the hunting ground for the fair-skinned victors. Now, the victors mean they were they won. And it's proof now because it's all white now. You understand? And there's some blacks there, but they probably poor in there because, Judah is scattered everywhere. So no matter where you go, the tribe of Judah is there. A little black, they poor. They're in the hood and jails and everything, right? So they there, right? So now it says, for it had become the hunting ground of the fair-skinned victors, the descendants of Freskin the Fleming, Beowulf the Fleming, founder of the powerful NS family, and others of the kindred. Now, we read that before, so we ain't going to go through it. I just wanted to bring this out because I was bringing out about the hair. That's all that, right? So all we're going to read some of this stuff the other time. The father of this Leah was in all probability Olaf the Swati, that means black, or Olav the Swarthy, mentioned in the Flatine manuscript, who was king of Man during the 13th century. All right, we're going with another king. Yo, guys, let me explain something to y'all. When we get through this series, all we kind of know, well, King James, they saying he ain't black, but we find out he black. King Charles, man, there's so many kings that we don't know about. From Russia, Prussia, Hungary, Romania, Byzantine, Roman emperors, Dane, Scottish, Welsh, facts. Listen, let's end this page, Yasha. Start from, therefore, when a black man is discovered on the family tree. There's a white man. Shout out to this white man writing this book. All right, in 1855. Start from there, Yasha. Therefore, when a black man.
Therefore, when a black man is discovered on a family tree of 1,000 years ago, he may be either a Dane or a Pict. Of those, however, who are better known by the former name, there may be specified an ancestor of the MacLeods or MacLeod, that family being held to be descended at the date of Martin's visit to the Western Islands, and in his words, from Laud, son of the Black Prince of Man, which island was for a long time under the rule of the Danes.
Mm-hmm.
The father of this Laud was in all probability Olafar Svarti or Olav the Swarthy, mentioned in the Flatine manuscript, who was king of Man during the 13th century. A certain branch of the Campbells had also a similar lineage.
Pause. By the time we finish this doggone series, y'all gonna know these black names. Campbell. Shout out to Olin Campbell. Some of us got last names MacLeod, right? We think that we named after some Scottish, Irish, right? Dublin, Norman, right? Shout out to Willie Norman, right? I know, these are our ancestors. They were kings. This is nobility. All right? Do y'all understand? This was a king. He was a king of Man. Man was probably a place in this place during the 13th century. You're going to be knowing kings you don't even know about. Kingdoms. They built castles. You heard? All right. So we'll do this another time, because this goes on and on and on. Look, the Black Knights of Loch Awe was a name used by the old Highlands, the chiefs of the Doon, the Campbells, who or their followers were probably the swarthy black men of Lorne, introduced in one of the legends. They must have been lately displaced by a totally different race as that member of the clan whom I've just quoted states that the Campbells nowadays boast of their yellow hair. So the Campbells now are white, but they were black. The McLeods are white now, but they were black. Do you understand? The Prestons, the Sachs, like these names. Yeah. Look, this book is crazy. Eric the Red. He was, as it said, a large man and strong, black, and like a giant. Eric the Red. Yeah, we're not gonna read it. We gonna come back. Don't worry. This series is gonna be so big that I'm gonna have to stop the series and we're gonna do something else and then come back. Because we'll be on this for months. This rabbit hole is just every time it ain't stopping. The books are just opening up. That's why I didn't get sleep. I only had 2.5, 3 hours of sleep right now because I was up for like 10 hours reading because I was preparing for tonight, and the Most High's giving me more books, and I'm sitting there and I'm just reading and reading. Next thing I look, I'm like, oh my goodness, it's like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm like, I got to make the thumbnail. I got to go to bed. Listen. Now in Thorvar's ship was one Thornhall, who had been a huntsman in summer and winter, the steward of Eric the Red. He was, it is said, a large man and strong, black, and like a giant, silent and foul-mouthed in his speech. He's from the hood, and always egged on. Eric, to the worst, he was a bad Christian. But a still more notable black Dane was Earl Thorson, son of Seagard. The most distinguished of all the earls in the islands. These the Duke of Earls. His deeds are recorded with some minuteness in the Orkneyinga saga, and he is also referred to in the saga of Saint Olaf. Earl Thorfinn was very precocious in his education and in every improvement. He was a strong man and ugly and of great stature. This dude he thorough like John Mackey in his descriptions. He was a strong man and ugly and of great stature. When he grew up, it was manifest that he was avaricious, harsh, and cruel and sagacious. Now he became a great chieftain, one of the largest men in points of stature, ugly of aspect, black-haired, sharp-featured, and somewhat tawny, dark black, and the most martial-looking man. He was then 5 winters old when Malcolm, king of the Scots, his mother's father, gave him an earl's title and kingliness to rule over, but he was 14 winters when he prepared maritime. I tell you, y'all gonna find so many kings. Malcolm, King of Scotland, the Black Kings. And then this just goes on. So we're gonna get to this. My loan has expired. Look, it's spinning. It shut me out the book. That's hilarious. All right, well, we got that whole book. Thank you, Yasha. I'm glad. So, all right, good. I need to stop there anyway, because I need to, we could just stay this whole study being right there in this book, right here, right? But I want to show y'all other stuff, right? So, all right, so let me stop sharing that. All right, so now, let's get to Benjamin Franklin, the thumbnail. So let me open up his book. Benjamin Franklin. I didn't even have to stop sharing. I could have just present. Let's go to old Benjamin Franklin. All right, we got receipts today. So let me make this smaller, right? And let me make it 2-page. And let's go to page 1. Welcome to Mashiach Assembly Ministries Book Club. I'm your brother, your host, Uncle Yahya, known as Uncle Yahshua. In today's class, children, we will be discussing Benjamin Franklin's book. The founding father, I think he did some of the electricity. The dude on the dollar bill, y'all. Oh, Benny. It's all about the Benjamin baby. Okay? This is the outside of the book. Let's open the book. Class, shall we open the book, Yasha? Yes. Here we go. There you go. That's pretty dope, right? Look, shout out to Sherry Calhoun. Thank you for the super sticker, daughter of Most High. Yeah, I truly, humbly appreciate it. Thank you so much for the super sticker. I humbly appreciate it. Shalom. Now we open the book. So the book is titled Observations Concerning the Increase of Mankind, the Peopling of Countries, and etc., I guess, by Benjamin Franklin. Let me make it bigger. Let me zoom in. Because we don't want people, y'all just making up stuff. We was kings, right? So let me make it one-page view. There you go. Come on, brother Ben Franklin. See, that's the cover. Now let's go. That's the first page, right? So now, let me make it even bigger. Because y'all want to say, you black people always trying to steal somebody's identity, right? We might have stole stuff out of Walmart, right? I might have stole a couple of grapes and stuff. Or back in the days, I might have was getting my boosting on. I might have stole a few things. I don't steal no more. But we ain't stealing nobody's history. Let me explain something to y'all about black people. We ain't got time to be stealing nobody's history. We trying to steal soda, grapes to feed our babies. Y'all know in the hood, listen, the boosters is stealing, robbing, right? Stealing from stores. The boosters, the ones who used to go into the grocery stores and steal steaks, right? Steaks, steaks, beef, steaks and hamburger meat. Those was the boost. Y'all know they used to come to the projects. Yo, I got those steaks. Open up their coat. They got steaks. They got, ooh. You be like, yo, give me that. How much you want? They come to the hood selling pork chops, steaks, chicken. They got a bag of chicken. And they got a whole thing under their coat. Black people trying to steal food. Y'all idiots run around here thinking we talking about stealing somebody's identity. No, y'all stealing identity. Miss us. You heard? We bringing receipts here. Take your shoes off when you come in this house. This is a house of Yah's elect. This is one of his royal priesthood in the ancient days, in the latter days. And we take our position rightfully to feed the children of the Most High. And it don't matter color of your skin. Children of the Most High. You heard? I don't give a crap if you tawny, swarthy, negroid, thin, dub. We learning these new terms, right? White, black, yellow. They say yellow. We're going to get to that. Brunette. I don't care if your hair color is white, brunette, blonde. Are you a child of the Most High or a child of the serpent? You heard? We ain't racist here. This ain't no Hebrew Israelite crap. All right? These old cursed people running around here, cursing people, talking about their identity, Israelites and all that stuff, worrying about their flesh, when then we need to be children of Yah. Yeah, we Israelite because that's an identity. I mean, that's black. Shout out to Brother Royale. But we don't stop at Israelite. We don't stop at Jacobite. We don't stop at we was kings in the back. Yeah, we go further. Now we need to circumcise spiritually and become children of Yah. We don't stop being the Yasharites of the scripture, because that's just like we can't stop being what they call black or whatever. But this ain't about that. We ain't no black Hebrew Israelite ministry. All right? Just getting that straight. We are children of Yah ministry. In the name of the Father, under the order of Melchizedek, with the Messiah, the Mashiach, came to bring forth. We are followers of the way of the righteousness of holiness. That's the Gamayal, the Hebrew. I got a lesson come. I'll probably break this and break down the Hebrew. Y'all got to learn the original, not that new stuff. That ain't Hebrew. Not even the paleo. Wrong. I know someone get offended. Don't get offended. I'm going to show y'all. The house of the elect. Y'all going to learn the real Hebrew. And you got to know the real Hebrew to really understand what everything is saying. Okay? So that's coming. Y'all have patience. We got work to do. All right, let's go. So everybody, any other nation, get triggered, whatever. We didn't write this. Who wrote this book, Yasha? Did Benjamin Franklin? Yasha. Yasha, you playing. Come on, Yasha, stop playing. You Jamaicans from the Caribbean, y'all be playing, man. Y'all ain't nobody lick shot upon them. Lick pot upon them. You playing, man. Stop playing, Yasha. Benjamin Franklin ain't write this about no black people.
It looks like it's all about the Benjis.
It's all about the Benjis. So, Mashiach Assembly, are we bringing a receipt from Benjamin Franklin? I want to see any of these folios come against this receipt. That's why I did Benjamin Franklin on the title. Because if I do anything else, they can be like, this old Ben. Right? This Big Ben. Okay. Now, yes, Taj Balayai says, right, young elder, we need to get our language back. Thank you, elder. Now, the observations, Benjamin Franklin wrote this in 1755. Here we go. The observations he observed in this, Benjamin Franklin, concerning the increase of mankind and peopling of countries. What that means they're taking over countries. The increase of mankind mean how people are having babies and they're growing. The scripture says, go forth and multiply. He's talking about the multiplying of the people on the planet, because Benjamin Franklin is racist against black people. He's going to say it. I'm only saying it because I didn't know this till I read his book. He's going to say it. He's worried because he's saying what the Pharaoh said in Egypt about the Hebrews. We can't stop them. They multiply too fast. So Benjamin Franklin, in this book we're going to read, he's worried that the black people are multiplying, the peopling of countries. He's observing and he's concerned about the increase of mankind, because he's saying these black people are out multiplying us. They already outnumber us all over the world. If we don't stop it, we will go extinct. This is what Benjamin Franklin is saying in his book, but we're gonna let him say it. I'm just walking it down. All right? So this book is called Observations Concerning the Increase of Mankind, the Peopling of Countries, by Benjamin Franklin. Let me make it bigger so nobody I don't want to hear no stupio. By Benjamin Franklin, Boston, printed and sold by S. Keeneland in Queen Street, 1755. Tarrytown, New York. That Q was a Y. That's how you know this is written back then. And it was reprinted by William Abbott in 1918. Okay? Now, 1755. What did Ben Franklin say? Uncle Yahya Shah. Can you get to what Ben Franklin said about these black people? Let's turn the page, class. Well, now the page won't turn because we're doing it just one page at a time. I like the turn page because it's pretty cool, but this way, so it's going to scroll up. This is the first page. So now, I'm going to skim through this because we're going to come back to it. Hold on. All right. I'm making it through this, though. Sorry. A little under the weather. So, I'm going to skim through this, but we're going to come back. We're going to skim through, and I'm going to give a little of what he's doing. So, he says, tables of the proportion of marriages to births, of deaths to births, of marriages to the numbers of inhabitants in these lands. He's observing, he's recording history. Benjamin Franklin, not us. Right? He said, from marriages to births, deaths, the numbers of inhabitants, etc., formed on observations made upon the bills of mortality. They have a bill of mortality, the birth rate. They're worried about, Benjamin Franklin is trying to multiply the white race. He's going to say it himself. I'm not prejudiced. This ain't got no, my brothers and sisters, I got so-called white brothers and sisters in my ministry that are my brothers and my sisters. Okay? One of them I treat like my daughter. Okay? Me and her white dad, we share. Dimple face. Her name is Kayana. All right, y'all might hear me talking about it. That's like my daughter, and she's white. And I got black daughters too, right? In the ministry, as well as just regular, my actual, so don't get triggered. So this ain't racist. This is a ministry. And these are children of Yah. They've been circumcised and they've been grafted into the house of Yasharal. That's what we're called to go forth to. Gentiles, not just our own. The Gentiles, the black Gentiles, all nations. All right, I just need to do that because people come and think, this is one of those racist chants. No, Benjamin Franklin is saying this. This is what they're doing. They have a bill of mortality and christenings of populous cities with a lot of population will not suit countries, nor will tables formed on observation made on full settled old countries as Europe suit new countries as America. So he's worried about what Benjamin Franklin is doing in his book. He's saying, and we're gonna skim through it, but we're gonna come back. He's talking about Europe was really crowded because all the blacks. He's gonna say this. So they wanted new land in America. They came and took it from the Indians, but he described them and he said they were black too. Benjamin Franklin, don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. All right, Benjamin, get mad at Ben. Rip up your $100 bill. If you want to get mad at Ben, just send me your $100 bills. I'll take care of it. I'm not mad at Benjamin Franklin. Y'all can be mad at old Ben all you want. Rip up your $100 bills. You so mad at old Ben Franklin. All right? You want to be so racist. This ain't about that. All right? This is history. True history. Now, he said, for people increase in proportion to the number of marriages. So he said the people usually increase in proportion to the number of marriages that is greater in proportion to the ease and convenience of supporting a family. When families can be easily supported, more people marry earlier in life. In cities where all trades, occupations, and offices are full, many delay marrying. So now he's talking about in Europe. He's literally talking about Europe, the European countries. He's telling the people why they fleeing Europe to come to America, because he's saying it's too crowded, right? He says in trades, occupations, the offices are full of people. They delay marrying till they can see how to bear the charges of a family, meaning until they can see how they're going to be able to provide for their family, trying to compete for jobs against these, we're going to get there, these blacks who run Europe. Now, he said, which charges are greater in cities as luxury is more common. Many living single during life and continue servants to families. He says, in these cities, he's talking about the white people in Europe. He's trying to tell them, come to America. And then he's going to say, do not bring these black people from Europe to America. That's what he's going to say in this book, right? He says, come to America, because he says the whites that were in Europe, he says, they starting to live the single life. It's kind of like today, right? The MGTOW movement and stuff, right? Right? They got child support. So they're trying to stop. Like, I would tell the young people, black and white, don't be trying to have babies. No disrespect. But a lot of these sisters, you going to be screwed. They're going to sell you right to child support slavery. I'm in it right now. Facts. Ain't got a passport in the and pay a month and can't even see my kids. You heard? You think I'm playing? My ex just sent me last Sunday when I was being attacked, right? When we didn't do the live, I guess because I was attacked. Remember I told you that's the day I finished the attack. I look, she sent me a Cash App. You know, on Cash App where you can request money. I guess I ain't pay her fast enough on Sunday. Here I am attacked. I can't even got no computer. And I go to bed and I'm stressed. I was stressed out. I'm battling the spiritual warfare. And I get attacked requests for my baby mama for the. I said, this doggone. And my thing now, I hope she don't get triggered when she see this, because I know she be watching. She need to watch this. She need to learn. You need to teach my children since I can't see them. I'm like, you ain't worried about me seeing them, but you gonna send a request to get this money. But I ain't seen, I ain't seen my son in almost a year and something, right? He don't even, they ain't gonna know me no more. But they ain't mad to get those Benjamins. So what Benjamin Franklin is talking about, he said in those large cities, he said the luxurious life is more common. So many are living single. He's talking about the young white people, they living single during their life and continue to servants to families. So some of them got jobs as servants, and the families he's talking about is our ancestors' nobility. Guys, everything was upside down. You know how after they took us into slavery, we were servants in their houses? They were servants in our kingdoms and castles and houses and our nobles. But we didn't treat them like we are more merciful people. Now, you got some savages. That's going to come out. Because all blacks ain't the same, just like all whites ain't the same, so-called. Right? But for the most part, the nobility and everything, that's why some of those people in those ancient lands in Russia and Germany, they still like their black icons and saints. You hear? And they ain't trying to hear y'all whitewashing the history. All right, now, okay. So now he says, luxury is more common. Many single during life and continue servants to families, journeymen to trades, and hence cities do not by natural generation supply themselves with inhabitants. The deaths are more than the births. In countries that are fully settled already, the case must be nearly the same, all lands being occupied and improved to the height. Those who cannot get land must labor for others that have the land. When laborers are plenty, their wages will be low. Facts. Supply and demand. When there's plenty people looking for a job, they're going to lower the wages. By low wages, a family is supported with difficulty. Benjamin Franklin is a smart man. He's looking out for his people. He said, this difficulty deters many people from being married, right, who therefore long continue servants and remain single. Only as the cities take supplies of people from the country and thereby make a little more room in the country. So marriage is a little more encouraged there, and the birth exceeds the death rates. So he says, when you leave the cities and move out into the country, the open, he says, there's more room out in the countries. That's what he's telling them, go to America. Let's take over this land. Let's take it from these black, swarthy, tawny Indians that are there. All right? We're going to get there. So he said marriage is a little more encouraged because he's trying to convince. So what Benjamin Franklin said, he's trying to convince the white people to leave Europe. They loved Europe. They love where they live in. He's like, listen, if we don't stop, the blacks are multiplying. They own all the trades. They own the monarchy. They own everything. And because they're comfortable, they're having babies. And our death rate is surpassing our birth rate. They worried about that right now today. Y'all know that, right? History repeats itself. Okay? So that's what this book is about. He says, look, Europe is generally fully settled with husbandmen, manufacturers, and therefore cannot now much increase in people. Yes, he told them to flee. Europe is full, right? He says, America is chiefly occupied by the Indians, who subsist mostly by hunting. But as the hunter of all men requires the greatest quantity of land from which to draw his substance. This is some wicked stuff Ben Franklin doing, just so y'all know. This stuff is darkly wicked. He's telling the whites of Europe to come and take America from the Indians, because they're not worried about building cities. Listen, guys, they're not worried about building castles and kingdoms. They living off the land. They're hunter-gatherers. So they need space. They got a lot of open land and they want to keep it that way. They keep in the trees and nature and the animals, right? They living off the land. Okay. So he says, but as the hunter of all men requires the greatest quantity of land from which to draw his substance, the husbandman subsiding on much less, the gardener on still less, and the manufacturer requires least of all. The Europeans found America as fully settled as it well could be by hunters. Yet these having large tracts, large tracts of land, were easily prevailed on to part with the portions of territory to the newcomers. He's saying when the white Europeans that he's telling now, this book is to tell them, come on, guys, let's take this land. Forget Europe. Let's get this land in America. Let's take it all over. He says when they came over, they seen large tracts of land, but it was easily prevailed on by portions of the territory for the newcomers. It was easy for them to take it over from the Indians, because the Indians received them and tried to help them. They didn't know they were coming to conquer and kill you all and take your land, and right, for their own. Now it says, to the newcomers who did not much interfere with the natives in hunting, they didn't bother with the natives, Indians hunting, and furnished them with many things that they wanted. So they gave, they tricked the Indians. Land being thus plenty in America, and so cheap as that a laboring man that understands husbandry can in a short time in America save money enough to purchase a piece of new land sufficient for a plantation where he may subsist a family. Now, he says, for those who got jobs in Europe, you can save up your money, and you don't need to save up a lot, because the Indians are giving the land away for nothing, because we're tricking them out of it. It's cheap. We can give them a couple of grains of rice and stuff, and they're giving us Oklahoma. You see what I mean? They're basically, right? So he says, and you could get enough land with just a little money, enough to have your own plantation where you may subside your family. You could grow your family. And when people have land and enough to grow food and everything, they're not afraid to marry the single life. For if they even look far enough forward to consider how their children, when grown up, are to be provided for, they will see that more land is to be had at rates that are equally easy, all circumstances considered. He said, hence, marriages in America are more general and more generally early than they are in Europe, because they got land and farms and plantations, and they got food. They're not stressed in Europe trying to work like the cities, right? Now, he said, and if it is reckoned there that there is but one marriage per annum among 100 people, perhaps we may have reckoned that there could be two. And if in Europe they have but 4 births to a marriage, many of their marriages being later in life, we may reckon 8 of which, if one half grow up and our marriages are made, reckoning one with another at 20 years of age, our people must at least be doubled every 20 years. Benjamin Franklin is worried about the mortality of the white people. See? Okay? He says, we may reckon 8 of which our marriages are made, reckoning with one another at 20 years of age. Our people must at least be doubled every 20 years. But notwithstanding this increase, so vast is the territory of North America that it will require many ages to settle it fully. So he's saying, we need all y'all to come. We need all of y'all to come. Until it is fully settled, labor will never be cheap here, right? Until it's fully settled, labor will never be cheap here, where no man continues long a laborer for others, right? But gets a plantation of his own in America. So you don't have to work for the black nobility in Europe no more. Come here and you can get a plantation of your own, okay? Now, the black nobility was still there in certain lands, but English had already conquered, because this is 1755, so it was starting. This was starting the conquering of King Charles, right? And King James is already dead. King Charles the second, I think. This is the time of King Charles II, okay? So he said, and then we're going to get to the end of this, but we'll come back to break this stuff down. But I need to break down what's going on so y'all have context, right? So he says, but you come to America, you'll get a plantation of your own. No man continues a long journeyman to trade, but goes among the new settlers and sets up for himself here. He says, so no man that comes here to America have to go on to a long process of trying to get a job, right? Going to school and become a trade and doing all this stuff and then go work for some company. He said, here, you're going to be able to set up your own plantation and work for yourself. Hence, labor is no cheaper now in Pennsylvania than it was 30 years ago, though so many thousand laboring people have been imported. Okay? The danger, therefore, of these colonies interfering with their mother country and trades that depend on labor manufacturers is too remote to require the attention of Great Britain. So what he's talking about, he's saying in Pennsylvania at that time, they're not doing what they should be doing. They're trying to continue what they were doing in Europe. But he's saying, no, stop that. We need all y'all to come to America, but come with the mindset of getting this land from the natives and building plantations. Land is the currency. And build your family. Get a farm and build a family, start marrying and have babies, because we're going to go extinct. Do y'all understand? He's worried. He's like, y'all here in America, we took it over. We got the Indians, we pushing them back. We set up these colonies. We got Pennsylvania and stuff. But he's like, Benjamin Franklin is very wise. He's calculating the math. And he's like, with this math, this birth to death rate, and people they starting to chase the bag. He's like, no, we need to change that. Now, this is the part. The colonies in America started wanting to bring the European blacks from slavery. So we're about to go there. This is the slavery that they didn't tell us about. From the Normans, the Welsh, the Danish, the Black Ireland, the nobility. After Oliver Cromwell, when he killed King Charles I, right? We're going to go there in a second. They were sending, King Charles I gave a decree that he's going to see was sending black nobility, the blacks in Europe during the Dark Ages who ruled from the kingship line, the earls, the dukes, the Saxons, all of us who ruled all of Europe. They were sending us into slavery to America. And they were sending us to Africa and to the Caribbean. But Benjamin Franklin said, don't let them send them to America. We're about to get there. Ben Franklin was smart. He said, do not send these descendants of the black nobility because they're smart. They're really intelligent. He said, do not send them here. He said, enough Africans, y'all already overpopulating America with the Africans that are coming from the slave coast of Africa to the slave ships. Do not send no more. Oliver Cromwell sent hundreds of thousands of them, and they coming over with these names of Campbell, Johnson, Henderson, you see, Norman. And they got skills. They are wise. They speak English. Listen, guys. They speak the language. The Africans, the ones that we get in from the West Coast for Africa, they don't speak English. So they can't take over. They can't even speak one another's language. But the ones that are coming from Europe, this is the nobility. This is the descendants of the kings, and they smart. They speak English. they can conspire. They will take this over. So he said, do not send them here. Do not receive them. Now, I'm pointing that because I'm going to show y'all. I'm about to, let me just walk this down. I'm going to show you. I'm speaking, I'm setting the stage so y'all can have an understanding of what's going on in this book. Okay? So now, he said, the danger, therefore, of these American colonies interfering with their mother country, Europe, in trades that depend on labor, meaning sending these black slaves from Europe. Manufacturer said it is too remote to require the attention of Great Britain. He stop telling Great Britain and letting them send these black Britons and stuff here. He said, but in proportion to the increase of the colonies, a vast demand is growing for British manufacturers and glorious market wholly in the power of Britain, right? All right, so now I gave y'all that. Look, he said, he said, besides, if the manufacturers of Britain, by reason of the American demand, should rise too high in price, foreigners or whatever, he said, 'tis an ill-grounded opinion that by the labor of slaves, America may possibly be in cheapness of manufacturers with Britain, meaning from the slaves that you bring in, you might be able to compete with Britain, Great Britain, in the manufacturers and the money. The labor of slaves can never be so cheap here as the labor of working men in Britain. He said, don't compare it. You can't. As many as one may compute it, interest of money in the colonies here is from 6 to 10%. Slaves with another cost 30%. Sterling, 30 sterlings per head. Reckoning the interest of the first purchase of a slave, the issuance of risk on his life, his clothing. You got to pay for so you're trying to get the slave, you got to pay for him for the ship. The risk of you losing your money for him not making over on the slave ship. How much the clothing costs, how much you got to feed him, the expense when he gets sick, and the loss of time, the loss by his neglect of doing business. He don't want to be a slave. Neglect is natural to the man who is not benefit by his own care, diligence. So he says it's natural for them to not want to do the work because it's natural for a man who ain't benefiting from his own care, taking care of himself and his own work from his diligence. He said the expense of a driver to keep him at work, the overseer, the officer, and his pilfering from time to time. Almost every slave being by nature a thief, and compare the whole amount with the wages of a manufacturers of iron or wood out in England, you'll see that labor is much cheaper there than it can ever be by the Negroes here. All right, we getting somewhere. He said, why then will Americans purchase slaves? Because slaves may be kept as long as man pleases, or has occasion for their labor, while hired men are continually leaving their master, often in the midst of his business, and setting up for themselves. So men that you hire to do the work, they'll do the work, get money paid, and they end up leaving. But the slaves, they can't go nowhere. Okay, so now, we're going to come back to this, all right? All right, hold on. Let me get to this, because I'm going to walk this down with what he's doing so we can get to when he talk about us. He said the increase of people depends on the encouragement of marriages. The following things must diminish a nation. The being conquered. The being conquered, for the conquerors will engross as many offices, mean many jobs and many positions, and exact as much tribute or profit on the labor of those who they conquered. Exact as much tribute, profit, or labor of those who they conquered, as well maintain them in their new establishment. So they knew conquering this land, and they're going to get all the money for the labor that's going to maintain them in their new land. Thus, diminishing the substance of the natives discourages their marriages and gradually diminishes them while the foreigners increase. So now he's saying you keep stressing them out, and he wants you to lower the birth rate of the slaves so we can increase, because he's like, they're outnumbering us. He says, 2, loss of territory. Here we go. Thus, the Britons. Now remember, we just read the book. Ancient to modern Britons. And they were black. So now, guys, as we go through this series, y'all gonna see you guys are learning now, right? You're learning, and everything that you're learning, as we open all these other books from the 15th, you're gonna see the same things: Seabury, Dubs, Britons, right? You're gonna see all, but you'll know what they mean now because we learned from the other books already. Okay, so that's why the Most High said, teach. Shout out to my sister Arlene over on Facebook. That's why the Most High said, teach my children who they are so they can see and learn. So now you know what this Briton is. Now look, I'm going to scroll down right here. Look what he wrote. Englishmen in Britain. T-A-I-N. That's okay? Now, so I'm showing y'all the difference. He says, thus the Britons, let me make it a little bigger for the people at home. Yeah, let me make it a little bigger. That helps y'all. There you go. That's a little bigger. He says, thus the Britons being driven into Wales. This is when, so this in this book, when he's writing this book in 1755, this is when the English, the white English, was killing the kings and enslaving our people. This is when we were losing the kingship in Europe, the Dark Ages. This is when it's about to come. This is the Renaissance. So the Britons, which our black ancestors, was being driven into Wales, Welsh, right? From the white English, King William. Y'all gonna learn this later. So King William of the white part of England was going against King Charles. I think this is the second, King Charles II, when Benjamin Franklin is writing this book. So he says, thus the Britons are being driven into Wales and crowded together, this is our ancestors, into a barren country insufficient to support the great numbers. These are the blacks. This is what happened to us in Britain. This is how we got sentenced to slavery here from Britain. He said the Britons are driven into Wales and crowded together in a barren country, insufficient to support such great numbers of them, diminished till the people bore proportion to the produce. Meaning, it's too many people for the food. They're being starved, famine, in proportion to the produce to feed them. While the Saxons increased on their abandoned land. The Saxons are the white Saxons. The Anglo-Saxons are the black. We broke that down last time. We'll be doing it again. Now y'all learning. Y'all learning. So y'all going to understand. Teach my children. Praise y'all. Doing this work, Father. All right, listen. The Saxons, he says, this Benjamin Franklin, he said the Saxons, the white Saxons, are increasing on their abandoned land that the Britons, our ancestors, the black nobility, the black us, had to run into Welsh. They conquered and they took our land. So it's abandoned because they pushed it. What it says, they drove them, being driven into Wales by killing, hanging, murder, rapine. That rapine said you take the land violently. What did it say? Take your possessions violently. Okay. So the Saxons increased on our land. This is how they own Britain and Dutch and Scotland and Ireland. Our land. Listen clearly. Benjamin Franklin is saying this. You heard? Now listen. The Saxons increased on our ancestors' abandoned land till the island became full of the English, the white English. Do y'all hear me? Okay. And were the English now driven into Wales by some foreign nation, there would be in a few years be no more Englishmen in Britain than there are now people in Wales. Okay, now there's two English. There's black and there's white. There's the Saxons and the Anglo-Saxons. Okay, so he says if the English the white English was driven into Wales by a foreign nation like what they're doing to our ancestors, there would be a few years no more Englishmen in Britain than there are now people in Wales. Now, loss of trade, okay? So he's talking about manufacturers, loss of food, fishery, master of seas, all right? So now let's go. Introduction of slaves. The Negroes brought into the English sugar islands have greatly diminished the whites there. See, I told you, he's worried. He said the Negroes that brought into the English sugar islands have greatly, the sugar islands I think are the Caribbean, because that's where the sugar cane plantations, that's what they called it, have greatly diminished the whites there. Okay? Thank you, Yasha. I'm going to get you to help me in a second. He says the poor are by this means deprived of employment, while only a few families acquire vast wealth estates, which they spend on foreign luxuries and educating their children in the habit of those. So he's saying the few white people that are in the Caribbean where the English brought the slaves, sent the slaves to. Remember, I told you they sent them to no, they say where they sent them. They sent it was in the other book where they sent the vast majority to. It wasn't Haiti, but
Bahamas,
the Haitian too. Yeah, the Bahamas, and they said another one too. They said 2-3 places. Barbados, right, because this is a certain slavery. This is the black nobility, the black of Europe, who they sending. So what he's saying is the Negroes that were brought into the sugar, they have greatly diminished the whites that were there. Now, the poor whites that are there are now being deprived of employment, while only a few of the families require big estates and money, and they spending that on foreign luxuries and educating their children. The same income is needed for the support of one that might have maintained 100 people they're using for one. The whites who have slaves that are not laboring are enabled and therefore not so generally prolific, right? Enfeebled. They're not making a lot, they're not doing well, who got the slaves, and the slaves ain't really working. The slaves that are being worked too hard and being ill-fed, their constitutions are broken, and the deaths among them are more than their births. So that continual supply is needed to come from Africa. So you're going to need to send more from Africa, because the ones that are coming from Europe and stuff, right, it's not enough. So you're going to need a continual supply to come from Africa. The northern colonies having a few slaves, the ones in the northern colonies that only got a little bit of slave, they're increasing in the white population. Okay? All right, it says slaves also perdurate. The families that use, okay, so the families that have a lot of slaves and use the slaves for everything, he said the white children are becoming too proud, and they're becoming disgusted with doing any type of labor, any type of work. And they're being educated and being idle because they got these slaves doing it. They're becoming lazy, and they are rendered unfit to get a living by industry. Okay? So Benjamin Franklin is smart. He's showing like this is going to be bad. All right, so now let's go to the last part. Let's get past this, because we'll stay on this. We'll start breaking some of this book down another time, because it goes on. Now I'm gonna get to this so we can move on. All right, here we go. So look at this. This is page 10. All right, page 10. Here we go. Let me see how I'm gonna read. And since, Yasha, could you help me? Now this is the title. This is what Benjamin Franklin said about us, the blacks, in the world. Start from and since detachments. Let me scroll up.
Okay. And since detachments of English from Britain sent to America will have their places at home so soon supplied and increase so largely here, why should the Palatine Boers be suffered to swarm into our settlements and by herding together establish their languages and manners to the exclusion of ours?
Pause. So later in these other books, you're going to learn that the Palatine Boers, these are the Boerish Palatine. You're going to learn so much, guys, in this series about our ancestors. It's bigger than y'all could ever imagine. There's so many people groups that were successful with kingdoms. Palatine Boers. So he is like, Benjamin Franklin is like, listen, why should you bring these Palatine Boers, these are blacks, be suffered to swarm into our settlements and by herding together establish their languages and manners. So he says, if you allow these Palatine Boers, blacks, to come here, don't be stupid. I know y'all bringing the ones from Africa who don't speak the language, but you keep bringing these European blacks here. He says they get together. He says by herding together, they're going to establish their own languages together and exclusion of ours, and we won't be able to stop them. He said, why should Pennsylvania, founded by the English, now you see how this is what I mean by, they act like the Indians don't exist. They didn't came, he talking about founded by the English, but the Indians was here. You just said, well, we're going to get there in a second, right? But they don't care. That's the thing. That's what they did to Europe. They took it from our ancestors and now they write us out of the history and say it was all white. The whitewashing. They do it with Egypt, shot off the noses and all that and paint all these, right? They're doing it with everywhere. So they did it with America. So he said, why should Pennsylvania, which was founded by the English, become a colony of aliens, these blacks, who will shortly be so numerous as to, listen clearly, Germanize us? Uh-oh, Taj Balaya. Did Benjamin Franklin just say these Palatine Boers were German? Black Germans? Okay? He said they will shortly be so numerous and they will Germanize us instead of our anglifying them. They will Germanize us. They will take over us. And we will never, and listen, they will never adopt our language or our customs any more than they can acquire our complexion. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, oh, shots fired. Ben Franklin. Shots fired, Yasha. Let's go, Ben Franklin. Let's go. Germanize. You heard? They got their languages. He like, do not send these European Germans. Don't send them here. He's like, they are not going to, he said they will take over. They'll be so numerous, they are not going to adopt our language or our customs any more than they can become white. Y'all hear that? It's going to get, wait, it gets worse. Let's go, Ben Franklin. Yasha, could you read 24? Let's go.
24, which leads me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionably very small. All Africa is black or tawny.
Pause.
Asia,
chiefly tawny. Pause, Yasha. Hold on. Let's go, Ben. That's why I walked down the beginning of the book. I want y'all to get some context, because if we just read this, ain't no context. We don't know what's going on. We don't know what Benjamin Franklin talking about. What is he talking about, Uncle Yahya Shah? Shout out to Chase in the building. Charlie Chase from Hempstead, Strong Island. Shout out to Chase. Listen, what he said. Listen, Benjamin Franklin, guys. Benjamin Franklin. He said, this leads me to add one remark. The number of purely white people in the world is proportionately very small, but they call us the minority. Y'all hear? Come on, guys. Let's go. True history. He said all of Africa is black or tawny. Asia is chiefly tawny. But what is tawny? What is swarth? It says being of dark hue, moderately black, tawny. Swarth is swarthiness, tawniness, a dusky or dark complexion. Dark complexion, guys. Swarthy, as black as the swarthy African, it says. Black as the swarthy African. Black. Swarthiness is a tawny color. Swartish, somewhat dark or tawny. Swarthy, tawny. So swarthy is black or tawny. Bang. Now, Yasha, could you read? Start from all Africa is black or tawny.
All Africa is black or tawny. Asia, chiefly tawny. America, exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion.
Swarthy.
As are the Germans also.
Pause. Benjamin Franklin. Miss us. Now y'all know why I titled it, We Was Kangs and NEM. As soon as we finish this last sentence, this book, I'm going to show y'all the NEM. And then we'll be able to close out this part. It's just I ain't even going to get to the crazy stuff I had. All right? Now, we'll get to it, though. On Sunday, we'll get to more. Now, Benjamin Franklin said, all Africa is black or tawny. Tawny, like the black African. That was the first Webster's dictionary, like the 1800s, that described. You need the language of the time that they were in. Tawny, black. He said, Benjamin Franklin, he said, white people, small population in the world. Africa, all black or tawny. Asia, chiefly tawny. That's black. America, besides the new people who came, us, is wholly, completely black or tawny as the African. And in Europe, the Spanish, the Italians, the French, the Russians, the Swedish are generally of what we call swarthy, black African complexion, as are the Germans also. See, he said the Palatine Boers right up here, he said, will shortly be so numerous as to Germanize us. He said they will not adopt our language or customs anymore, that they can acquire our complexion. Y'all hear me? Y'all better hear, no, don't hear me. Hear Benjamin Franklin. Y'all wake up, people. All right? Now, he said, in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, Swedes are generally of what we call a black people complexion, as are the Germans are also. The Saxons are the only exception in Europe. Did y'all hear that? Only the Saxons are white at this time. Who, with the English, make the whole principal body of white people on the face of the earth. Benjamin Franklin. Do y'all hear that? The English and the Saxons. Everybody else are the black peoples of Europe, our ancestors. Yasha, can you read? Start from "and in Europe."
And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion, as are the Germans also. The Saxons only excepted, who with the English make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. I could wish their numbers were increased. And while we are, as I may call it, scouring our planet by clearing America of woods, and so making this side of our globe reflect a brighter light to the eyes of the inhabitants in Mars or Venus, why should we, in the sight of superior beings, darken its people?
Pause. So Benjamin Franklin believes in aliens, fallen angels. You see? So he said, the Saxons and the English are principal body of all the white people on the earth. I ain't said Benjamin Franklin said it. He said, I could wish that our numbers were increased. That's what this book is for. The whole book was saying he need to increase the white people on the earth by marriage and stuff. Do not bring no more of these black Europeans here. Listen, he said, I could wish that our numbers of white people were increased. And while we are, as I may call it, scouring the planet, because they were. Shout out to them. They was no joke. They was knocking down everything they could. Taking over people, stealing their land identity and all that. They was no joke, right? They was no joke. And small in number, but mighty in force, okay? He said, as we are scouring our planet by clearing America of woods. So they chopping down all the trees from the Indians and clearing it, right? And so making this side of our globe reflect a brighter light, right? They white skin, he's pro-white. I ain't mad at him, whatever, right? He like, listen, a brighter light, right? The good old Benjamin Franklin's like, we doing a good old white people thing. No disrespect to my white brothers and sisters. This is what Benjamin Franklin's doing, right? So now he said, on this globe reflect a brighter light to the eyes of the inhabitants in Mars or Venus. What in the Billy Carson thought that ancient, what they call them dudes, Anunnaki? Benjamin Franklin believed in the Anunnaki. Yeah, even his gods are swarthy. Facts. That's a whole fact, Hakiyama. So he believed in the Anunnaki, right? So he said, bringing our globe, we reflected a brighter light to the eyes of the inhabitants of Mars or Venus. Why should we, in the sight of superior beings, darken its people? He said, why increase the sons of Africa by planting them in America? Now listen, he said all of them are sons of Africa because they're black and tawny. The Asia, Africa, Europe, Italians, French, Russian. He says, why increase the sons of Africa by planting them here in America where we have so fair of an opportunity? He like, we got a shot here, guys. He said, by excluding all blacks and tawnies and increasing the lovely white and red. He said, but perhaps, this is why I'm saying, I am partial to the complexion of my country. For such kind of partiality is natural to mankind. He said, I'm biased to my own people. He said, he told the truth. I respect the truth. He said, but perhaps I'm partial to the complexion. I want to keep this white. So don't be bringing no more of these tawny, swarthy people from Europe. The end of the book. Go ahead, guys.
He's partial to the complexion of them or their hair color.
Exactly. I don't see not one time he talked about no stupid hair color. If you replace everything he said with hair, you be the biggest idiot juice on the planet. So y'all let these idiots all over, they just got a hatred, a spiritual hatred, and they're going to answer for that, just so y'all know. You have to answer for everything at the end. The truth will come out. And what you do with it, you understand? Because I don't care. Like, I receive any people who conquered another people, cool. They conquered the people, they took the land, now they own it. That's history. I don't gotta whitewash and try to replace your history. All right, now, stop share. Praise y'all. Here we go. Watch this. Let go. Now, I ain't done. More receipts. Let's go to this book. No, I won't go to Higgins now. We'll do Higgins next week because it's too many. But let me show y'all Higgins for a second. Let me just whet your appetite, let y'all know this no joke what y'all got coming out. Watch this. We're gonna do Higgins next week, but watch this. Let me show y'all something though. Present. This rabbit hole don't stop. This thing goes deep. Look at the title of this chapter. Chapter 7. Jews hate the female principle. Jews and Egyptians. Blackness of observations on the Jews. The Samaritans. General conclusions. Look what he got, guys. Look, Taj. Listen, Taj. The excessive hatred of the Yahudim, right? But he's saying Jews, to the adoration of the Queen of Heaven, Milcom and Astaroth, right? Astarte of the Sidonians, is visible everywhere in the Bible, as well as to that of the bull Apsis, under the names of Baal, Moloch, Thomas, etc. You heard? Though the hypothesis that the Yahudian Jews were a branch of sect which arose in the disputes of India about the Linga and Ayana may be new, when everything is considered, now we're going to break that down. That's coming another time, okay? That's a lot in this to be broken down, okay? A lot. Because what did Benjamin Franklin say? All of Asia, chiefly tawny. So this person is going to talk about these Jews are in India, these Yahudim, okay? But they're going to call them Falashas and stuff. But we're going to break this stuff down. All right. So now let me we ain't going to do that right now. Let me go here. No. That's the one that they closed on me. I can't. They closed that book on me. We're going here. Let's go. Let's bring some more receipts. Let's then share this tab instead. All right, let's bring more receipts. What page is this? This one's page 35. Let's read this, then I'm gonna go back. Yasha, let me make it one page, because I'm gonna go to the page. We're gonna show y'all what book this is in a second. So let me make it a little smaller. I just wanna give y'all a receipt, all right, of what Benjamin Franklin was talking about. All right. So this is John Mackey's book. We did a little of it, but we're going to do some other stuff tonight. Yasha, could you read? This is Earl of Romney. These are what Benjamin Franklin was talking about. Go ahead, Yasha.
Yes. Earl of Romney is a third son of the Earl of Leicester, of the Earl of Leicester's family, and brother of that famous Algernon Sidney, who was beheaded in the reign of King Charles.
Pause. So what John Mackey is displaying in this book, he's talking about this is when they killed the king, the monarchy, and took our people our ancestors into slavery and sent them to Europe, to America, as well as all of the Caribbean and back to Africa. And Benjamin Franklin was like, listen, stop sending them here. See, now, guys, when we get through this series, everything will line up. Every book that we pull out, y'all gonna see the language, y'all gonna see the everything that they're saying, the time frames, the people, everything. I got all the receipts. Okay? Now, this is what Benjamin Franklin was warning them. So this says the Earl of Romney is a third son of Earl of Leicester's family, right? The Leicester's family. So those who got a last name Leicester or Leicestershire, stuff, people with those last names, that's your ancestors. Okay? We thought we got all these slave names from the slave master, but almost millions of us came from Europe to America. We didn't all come from the west coast of Africa. And some still even came because they sent a lot to the west coast to Africa, and then they still got picked up and sent to America still from Africa. Okay? But some of us came from Africa because we left Spain and Portugal. They kicked us out of Portugal and sent us to the west Caluengo coast. That's Negro land and all that. We'll do all this. All this gonna come together. Y'all just, we in school. We in school. So you know how you go to college, you don't just go for one day. You understand? You're in school. You can't learn everything in one day, in one lesson. All right? So just keep coming back. All right. Now it says, Earl of Romney is a third son of the Earl of Leicester's family and a brother to the famous Algernon Sidney. These are titles. These are bloodlines of families in Europe who was beheaded. So the first thing that Alistair Cromwell and them did under King William and them and Queen Sophia and them, the white Saxon kings of England, right, of Britain, the white ones who was going against the black nobility to enslave them and take over. This is how they took over English, how English, all these Europe became white now, right? So yes, Sister Sherry, and some of them fled. Yep, the last were carried to Europe, and some of them fled. They fled from what's the name? Sent them to what's his name? From the the Assyrian captivity. Sent them, I think, the Babylon, and then some of them fled from the Egyptian captivity too. Our ancestors. All right. So anyway, we'll get to that. Back in 300s, all this is coming out. All the books. Yes, Royal, for here a little, there a little. So it's like we got to walk this down. They're all going to come out. All the books from the 300s. Guys, we got the books where they say the first ones came, and they came from everywhere. All Ethiopia, Egypt, Kush. There's two Kushes. There's a Kushite, and then there's an Ethiopian. Yo, we going to learn so much. Guys, there's wheels within wheels in this history. And this stuff is in the Bible. But anyway, we're going to get there. All right. So now it says, in the reign of King Charles II, he was esteemed one of the finest gentlemen of the court. This is the Earl of Romney. Continue, Yasha. Can you read from In the Reign of King Charles? Can you read from there?
Yes. In the reign of King Charles II, he was esteemed one of the finest gentlemen of that court and was a great favorite of the Duchess of York, daughter to Charlotte Hyde. He was envoy from the king.
No. That says daughter to Chancellor.
Chancellor Hyde, sorry.
Now these are all black duchess, dukes, chancellors, earls. This is our history. Y'all listen up. Go ahead.
To Chancellor Hyde. He was envoy from the king to the Prince of Orange, at whose court he made so good an interest that I don't
know what that says. When the something party began to
prevail.
That's the white when they start to conquer the popish party.
Yeah.
The Pope, the white. Okay.
Okay. That one.
Now listen. We got another one. He was envoy from the king, that's King Charles, to the Prince of Orange. See, this is our nobility. there's so many names and titles y'all got to listen to and understand. We had so many princes and kings and knights, right? Knights of Normandy and Welsh and Danish and Danish and Scottish, and it was a whole. Benjamin Franklin said it was too many. See, he said it's too many. He said we need to leave. They got that. It's too many of them. All right, go ahead, Yasha. He interest when the Popish party began to prevail. Start from there.
When the Popish party began to prevail, and his family to suffer in England, he returned thither, and was more in trust and confidence with the prince than any Englishman. He
He was more in confidence. So he said and his family he said, okay.
Sorry, is someone in the like off screen unmuted? There's a sound.
Oh, that's not yours?
No,
Hold on. Oh, it's Yana. Yep. Wow. How long was that going?
it was going for a minute. I thought it was coming from you for a second.
That was going for the whole study.
No. It just started like a couple minutes ago.
Oh, good. good, because that could be annoying. That could mess up the sound. So somehow Yana's thing got unmuted. Thank you, Yasha. Good listening. Because I don't want to mess up the quality of this lesson. These lessons are too important. All right. Yeah, the British are coming. It's definitely hitting different now. All right. So he said, he was envoy from the king to the Prince of Orange, a whole court he made to good and interest that when the Popish party began to prevail there and his family to suffer in England. You see, suffering. This is when they were killing and pillaging and pushing, what Benjamin Franklin said, push the Britons into Welsh and taking their land over, right? He returned thither and was more in trust and confidence with the Prince of Orange than any Englishman. He made a journey to Italy a year before the Revolution for the Prince of Orange's interest. We never heard of the Prince of Orange, this black man. Now the revolution is there's this 30 years war. We're gonna learn all that. We was gonna do it. We're gonna do it. That'll be Sunday, because this is taking longer than I could, but it's okay, right? Like Royale said, precept by precept. So we're gonna get to the wars. We're gonna get to Oliver Cromwell. We're gonna get to King. We're gonna get to so much stuff. Just y'all have patience. Just come on back Sunday. All right. Now, he made a journey to Italy a year before the Revelation for the Prince of Orange's interest and carried on several intrigues under the pretense of the Carnival of Venice. This is what we own. Venice, okay, Italy, all of this, with princes who were then entering into that confederacy. Yasha, could you continue? He also made 2 or 3, could you read from there?
Yes. He also made 2 or 3 journeys in disguise into England, and was indeed the great wheel on which the revolution rolled. King William made him colonel of his foot guards, secretary of state, gentleman of his bedchamber, warden of the cinque forts, sent him once Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, and afterwards made him groom of the stole. Master.
He was a spy. He was a snitch. Wow. He also made 2 or 3 journeys disguised into England. Oh, no. It was indeed the great will on which the king will made. Oh, he was a snitch on behalf of our ancestors. So he went disguised into England.
Okay. Yeah, that's why it said he was more trusted than any Englishman.
Than any Englishman. By the Prince of Orange. Sorry. Yeah, shout out. He was on King Charles and Prince of Orange, our ancestors. So he was spying on, but the one who writing this, John Mackey, is a sellout. He's spying. He a Jacobite. These are Jacobites, guys. Jacob, the Most High changed Jacob's name to Yasharalites. I want y'all to understand these are Jacobites. That's what King Benjamin Franklin was like, do not send these Jacobites here. I don't care if it's from Germany, Spain, Germany, Spanish, Russia, do not send them here. All right. Now, thank you. So he was disguised. Go ahead, Yasha. He also made 2 or 3 journeys. Start from there again.
Okay, there we go. He also made 2 or 3 journeys in disguise into England, and was indeed the great wheel on which the revolution rolled. King William made him colonel of his foot guards, secretary of state, gentleman of his bedchamber, warden of the Cinque Forts, sent him once Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, and afterwards...
Hold on. He got in King William's... King William's made... Oh, he was a great spy. He made him colonel of his foot guards. He made him secretary of state. He made him gentleman of his bedchamber. So he was around he was in his house. He made him warden of Cinque Forts and sent him once as the Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, and afterwards he made him groom of the stole, master of the ordnance, and lieutenant general of his army. Whoa! Shout out to, what's his name? Shout out to Earl of Romney. All right, our ancestors. Remember, they beheaded his, and brother to the famous, they beheaded his brother. You heard? Oh yeah. This is the wars that was going, but we're going to learn about these wars. Yeah, y'all, shout out to our cousin them. Like, now, this is the part of the title, guys, where I said we was Kangs and NEM. This is the and NEM part, y'all. You heard? Because everybody did like, y'all wasn't kings. Oh, we was more than kings. And just Europe, this is the Earl of Romney. You heard? Lieutenant from the famous Algernon Sydney, Prince of Orange. You heard? All that part. And them. All right. So the King William made him lieutenant general of his army. Go ahead, Yasha. On the Queen's ascension to the throne. Okay.
On the Queen's ascension to the throne, he was stripped of all but the foot guards. He is the gentleman that hath lived up to the employments the king gave him.
The king is King Charles II. Go ahead.
Of great honor and honesty, with a moderate capacity, who promised everybody, but did for no one, which makes him the less pitied. Constantly, for many years, drunk once a day.
Hold on. He probably stressed out. This is hilarious. So when the Queen ascended over King William, I guess, to the throne, she stripped him of all the stuff. She wasn't with it. She like, King William liked you, but I'm stripping you of your titles, right? So he was stripped of all his titles, but the foot guard, right? So he said, John Mackey said, he is a gentleman that lived up to his employments for King so he did the work. John Mackey like, yep, he did. He was a good spy. He lived up to what King Charles sent him to do, right? And the Prince of Orange. He said he was of great honor and honesty. He was honest and he had a lot of honor with a moderate capacity. He promised everybody, but did for no one. So that meant what John Mackey's saying, he promised all those English, all this stuff, but he ain't did none of that. He was a great spy. He ain't fulfilled none of the stuff he was telling them he gonna do, right? So he said, but did for no one, which makes him the less of the pity for the Englishmen, the less to be pitied. He was constantly, for many years, he got drunk a day. He had a bottle of St. Ives. He was hitting that old English. You heard? He was constantly drunk a day. All right. So that was Earl of Romney. All right. Now, he was He was years drunk once a day. He was a tall, handsome man for his age, being turned 60 years old. Since the writing of these characters, this gentleman has died and is succeeded in the guards by the Prince of Denmark. All right, so that was him. Now, let's read John, the Duke of Newcastle, so for people to think these ain't black people. Go ahead, Yasha. John, the Duke of Newcastle. We are dukes, we are earls. Go ahead. Please.
John, Duke of Newcastle, is of the name of Hollis, was Earl of Clare before the Revolution, and married a daughter of the late Duke of Newcastle.
Pause. You got the pause for New York City. New York City, listen up. John, the Duke of Newcastle, is of the name Hollis. Y'all heard of Hollis, Queens, where Run DMC is from? This is a New York City thing. Hollis Avenue. I know some people who last name Hollis. All right? Y'all gonna start to see yourselves in our ancestors. Is of the name of Hollis. Now, I want y'all to understand the name sake. The names are the sake. Names, so it was like, that's why they have family crests of the namesake. The Hollis name, the Stewarts, the Saxons, the right? So they had titles like the Duke, the Earl, but some of them you won't see their names, like it just says John, Duke of Newcastle, right? It's not telling his name. So this one says he's of the name of the Hollis family crest. These are our ancestors. We had kingdoms and castles and namesake and crests. And our elder Taj Balaya showed his family crest a couple of lessons ago. And he thanked me for the diligence I'm doing because he said I'm crossing some dotting I's and crossing T's, who his grandmother was telling them our history. And he like, you know, he knows it, but he like, yeah, I'm learning more stuff. Praise Yah for these books. All right? So now, all right, so the names are important. So that's why they took our names when we came over here. They took our name. This thing will blow your mind. We thinking we taking their names. Now some of them took our names here. No, sorry, let me fix that. That's incorrect. They had our names in Europe. Sorry, that was incorrect. They came over to America with our names because we ruled Europe, and the name state, the town and the city will be named and the people will be named after you. So those names that we thought were their names were actually our ancestors' names. Preston, Jackson, Saxons. You see, all these names, Hollis, McLeod, McDuffie, McDougal, like all these names, McDonald's. Do y'all not even know the Donaldson? Y'all gonna find. All right, it's coming. Remember, precept by precept, Roy, y'all. Let's just get through tonight. All right? So, Yasha, can you start again? John, the Duke of Newcastle.
Duke of Newcastle is of the name of Hollis, was Earl of Clare before the Revolution, and married a daughter of the late Duke of Newcastle, who died without heirs male. King William created this gentleman a duke and gave him the garter. He hath the best estate in England and employs most of his time in improving it. Is very covetous, yet makes a great figure at his seat in Yorkshire, is firm for the constitution of his country, and hath one only daughter, who will be the richest heiress in Europe. He
What?
is a
Whoa. Hold on. She's going to be what?
The richest heiress in Europe.
In Europe? In the whole of Europe?
The whole thing.
This daughter, she's going to be the richest heiress. Y'all hear what they say? Heiress. He is what, Yasha?
A black, ruddy complexioned man, near 60 years old.
So he's black and he's ruddy? This is going to take care of that ruddy mess. For people who want to act like ruddy ain't red, brown, black, red, brown, ruddy complexion. He is a black, ruddy complexion man. Ain't nobody talking about his hair. That's why I started this off with getting this hair stuff out of the way. The Duke of Earl. So his daughter will be the richest heiress in the whole of Europe. Yes, Yashara, straight mic drop. Black and ruddy. We're going to knock that out the way for King David, for Esau, for these people talking about Esau was white and all that. Ruddy. I'm ruddy. That's what y'all don't understand. Especially when the hot sun, I turn ruddy, black, red. I get red. I don't get like dark black. I turn red. It's red. It's it looks dope. So I used to like to get that in the summertime when I was in the streets in New York and all that stuff. I used to stay in the sun. They'd be like, you tripping. I'm like, because I like the color it get. It get red, like burgundy. It's pretty. It's dope. Ruddy. I just look this complexion now because I don't go outside. I'm teaching the word every day. I barely go outside, right? So, all right. So now, the dude. That's what I said earlier, Sister Sherry. She said Gene Chandler, he had a song called The Duke of Earl. Now, where did he get? Yeah, exactly. And they got songs called Duke of Earl, too. Okay? Yes, it's red undertones. All right? Daya said, me and you got the same complexion. Let's get it, King. Yeah, we probably from the same bloodline, Daya. That's what, okay, guys, we don't know how connected we are. We're going to get another book. We ain't going to get to it tonight, where the brother says, if only, this is a white brother. He said, if only the people in America knew how connected they are to one another from their royalty line, bloodline, they have no idea that all of us are mostly cousins in connected line, but we don't know. Okay, from slavery. All right. Now, facts. Now, he had the best estate in England. See, these people talking about we was kings and y'all wasn't nothing, y'all never had anything. This book right here, and we're gonna get to the title. I just wanted to read a couple of these, then I'll show y'all the cup. Remember, we on this page, I can turn the pages and I can show y'all the book. You know what I mean? Right? Now, he said, but I just did these first because I wanted to show y'all. All right. He had the best estate in the whole England and employs most of his time in improving it. So his palace, he is yes, Adam. Thank you, Jaguar. Adam is the first ruddy. Earth red. Facts. All right. Now, he spent his time improving his estate, right? He's very covetous, right? He likes to keep his stuff close to him. He's coveting his possessions and stuff, right? I ain't saying that's a good thing. John Mackey's just describing on behalf of the king. He's a spy. He's describing what's going on in England when they was coming to kill our ancestors and send them into slavery to America and Africa and the Caribbean. Okay? And we're going to get that next week, where we're going to show the records of what they did and how they did it and the slave records. All right. Now, it says, he was very covetous, yet makes a great figure at the seat in Yorkshire, and is firm for the constitution of his country, and have only one daughter who will be the richest heiress in the whole Europe. He is black, ruddy complexioned man, and he's near 60 years in age. Yasha, let's read about Charles Lennox, the Duke of Richmond.
Charles Lennox, Duke of Richmond, is son to King Charles II by the...
So this is King Charles II, of England. The Queen, this is the King of England, Scotland, Ireland. This is King James' son. Okay? This is the second one. King Charles I, he got killed by Oliver Cromwell. We're going to get there. Then he got ran out. He came back to the throne. Now, this is his son. Read that again. Charles Lenos, the Duke of Richmond, start from is the son.
Is son to King Charles II by the Duchess of Portsmouth. He was carried by his mother into France in the reign of King James, and left France in the reign of King William, when he declared himself for the religion and constitution of his country. He is a gentleman, good-natured to a fault, very well bred, and hath many valuable things in him. Is an enemy to business, very credulous. Sorry, is an enemy to busyness, or is that business?
No, that's business.
Business, very credulous, well-shaped, black complexion, much like King Charles.
Yasha, that is busyness.
Busyness.
Yeah. So he's an enemy to being busy. So that means he likes to stay shalom. Like he don't try to all busy. That is busyness. Start from that. He's an enemy to busyness, right?
And is an enemy to busyness, very credulous, well-shaped, black complexion, much like King Charles, not 30 years old.
Pause. Did we say that? Did we write this book? He is well-shaped, black complexion, much like King Charles. So if you go and you Google King Charles, we did that on the other study. I was going to do it tonight, but it's all right. I'll do a little before we close out for people who wasn't there. If you Google King Charles, they're going to show you some white man. But we got pictures of the real King Charles. The second, too. The first, we got pictures of the first, but we got pictures of the second, too. Okay? Now, I'm going to show y'all. I'll show y'all some tonight. Because we're going to break down King Charles. That'll be next week. Because we got to come back to this. Because I got so much to bring out. All right? So we'll do that on not next week, Sunday. All right? So anyway, Charles Lenos, the son of King Charles, has a black complexion, much like his father, King Charles. He wasn't not 30 years old. Okay? And then this all goes on. This one, Wriothesley, Duke of Bedford, we saw this before in the other book. Yasha, remember we couldn't say that? Wriothesley something? Duke of Bedford. Look what it says. We ain't going to read him. It says he has a fair complexion. See? Is of low stature, fair complexion. So they say when they brown, they say when they black ruddy, they say when they black, they say when they're fair. We got most of my family is fair. I call them bright white because they light skin, really light skin. I'm like the darkest in my family. Yes, me. I know. And they all black. They know, just so y'all know. But they all bright whites. So when I have some of my babies, when they came out brown, like Rashawn, my eldest son, I was like, yes. And when little Azariah, a little brown baby, I'd be happy to give me some brown babies because I make light-skinned babies because it's in my genetics. And me and my baby mothers, I got those who racist, whatever, because I got two black baby. I know let me explain this for people to think I was out there. I had me and Pam, a black woman, was together since high school. We got together when I was probably like 19, and we stayed together for 20 years, 18 years. And we had two black children raised to adulthood. They in their 30s. One baby mama all my life. We broke up, and I went back into the world, not knowing that it's a new thing out there. And these women start stealing my semen left and right. I had 2 babies for my whole life. They were grown to adult, didn't want no more kids. Pam didn't want no more kids. We was done. We raised a boy and a girl. Star, she came out lighter skin, right? She was a little brighter when she was younger, but Rashawn came out brown. I like my brown baby. And but then after that, I got babies, right? So I got about 3 more baby mamas after that. A Hispanic, brown skin from Honduras, a black woman, Christy, and an Asian woman. So I got Asian, Hispanic, black, but they all look alike because my genes are strong. And they all Hebrews because I'm a Hebrew and I'm a man. It's my bloodline, just so y'all know. So miss me with that. And it's before I was awakened, so get out your feelings. And I don't care about all that. I'm not racist. I understand what the Most High truly says, who we are, right? So we don't even know. Like I said, some of us are cousins and we don't even know. Y'all have no idea how messed up from slavery our genetics is, okay? So anyway, I'm saying this because the fair skin, black people, we come in all, like my brother Brooklyn Red from Flatbush, who be coming in, he says he's really light skinned and red. He got red hair and everything, right? So we come in all shape, forms, color, complexions, eye color, blonde hair, red hair, blue eyes, green eyes, whatever. Okay, all right. So some of them were fair complexioned. Okay, so I got like 1 million of these tabs open. We're not gonna do these because it's getting too late. So I'm gonna go somewhere else. But let me just show y'all a couple of the tabs. We'll get to these next week. Let me open up this one. Look, this one tripped me out. Charles, the Duke of St. Albans. Do y'all not know I used to live in St. Albans, Queens? Wow. Hollis, Queens. St. Albans, Queens. All right. Now, is the son of King Charles II. Charles, Duke of St. Albans, was made King William of the Bedchamber and captain of the band of pensioners and sent by that king to France to congratulate the marriage of the Duke of Burgundy. These are other titles. This is the WUZ KANGZ in NEM. Okay? All right? Duke of Burgundy. He is gentleman in every way, natural, well-bred, does not love busyness. I think this is the same dude from before. Of black complexion, not too tall as the Duke of Northumberland, yet very like King Charles, turn of 32. I think that's the same dude. This is another one. Charles Fitzroy, the Duke of Grafton. This is the grandson of the King Charles II and son to the heiress of Bennett, Earl of Arlington. See, this is why I said, guys, yes, Taj Bali, I'm about to, I know you're going to bed. We're about to shut it down anyway. I'm getting tired. I'm going to show us the last couple of things that we're going to shut it down. So now, I'm just showing y'all some of the titles. This is why I said WUZ KANGZ and NEM. You heard? Everybody worried about kings. Heiress of Bennett, Earl of Arlington, Duke of Grafton, is a very pretty gentleman, have been abroad in the world, zealous for the constitution of his country, a tall black man. Y'all hear this? Very pretty. Okay? I'm going to just skip through some of these tabs. I got 1 million of them open. Look at this one. I got 1 million of them. Look. Earl of Kingston. Kingston, Jamaica. Anyone? Yasha? Of the name and family of Pierpoint. I'm like, these names, bro. These are our family names. Of the name and family of Pierpoint, have a very good estate, is a very fine gentleman of good senses, very well bred, a lover of the ladies, entirely in the interest of his country. He makes a good figure, is of a black complexion, well made, not 40 years old. The Earl of Kingston. Y'all hear? Yeah, Kingston, New York, too. Some people got a last name Kingston. That singer dude, right? I forgot his name. But we thinking, we don't know where we come from. Okay? Yeah, and they rename us. Yes. They're our name, Sean Kingston. Look, this one, Edward, Earl of Orford, the brother, son of the late Duke of Bedford. Bedford-Stuyvesant, anyone? And bred up to sea, he was captain of a ship in the reign of King Charles II and groom of the bedchamber of the Duke of York. That's another one. Upon my Lord Russell's being beheaded in 1683. Okay? All right? Now, let me just grab some time. Let's just do this. Random. John Lord Ashburnham has a great estate in Suffolk and improves it. He is a thin, brown man. Let's just do another one. Random. Court of Great Britain. He maintains all his ships. All right, who is it? First, let me scroll up. Who is it? Oh, he got a long. Sir George Rooke. Sir George Rooke is of the gentleman's family in Canterbury, of no great estate, but always well esteemed in that country. He commanded a ship at the Revolution, is believed to have been in England when that happened. All right. He would have been more zealous for his master, King James, than most of the Protestant captains were. All right. So let me scroll down to his little description. He maintains all his ships with a sword and is ready enough to give any man satisfaction who questions his conduct that way. Oh, he about that business. He ready to fight. If he have the misfortune to do no service as yet to his country, he has the capacity to do a great deal. If he pleases to apply himself to it. He is a stern-looking man of a brown complexion, well-shaped. Let me do another random. Let me do a swarthy dude. Here we go. Sir Stafford Fairbairn, the Vice Admiral, is the son of Sir Palms Fairbairn, who was the governor of Tangier. Governors, WUZ KANGZ and NEM. Where this gentleman was born, he have his education from a boy at sea. He is very brave, much of a man of honor. He loves to play and in a bottle, and he loves to drink from the bottle, liquor a little. He has a good senses. He is fat and swarthy, of a Moorish complexion. Oh, see, guys, I did this intentionally. Yasharallah, you know Yasharallah. I grabbed certain tabs intentionally because I'm going to knock out the ruddy. I'm going to knock out the hair thing. I'm going to knock out, they say in the Moorish. What did he say? Swarthy of a Moorish complexion. Swarthy is dark, like the dark black African. Tawny. Benjamin Franklin told you who that was. Webster's Dictionary told you who swarthy was. Y'all hear? He was fat and swarthy of a Moorish complexion.
What is swarth? It says being of dark hue, moderately black, tawny. Swarth is swarthiness, tawniness, a dusky or dark complexion. Dark complexion, guys. Swarthy, as black as the swarthy African, it says. Black.
Okay? Swarthy of a Moorish complexion. Yeah. I got so many of these. We'll get back to it. You heard? Let me do one more. Black dude. This is random. Who this? Who this? Who that say me? Who this? Who our ancestors? Earl of Middleton. Yo, y'all, we could do this for hours. Do y'all hear me? We could do this for hours. They talk about we want to take somebody's identity. Well, we was kings. Oh, we was more than kings. We was also Earls of Middleton. He is the son to the Earl of Middleton, who was the commissioner to the 5th Parliament of King King Charles II. This gentleman was sent to envoy to Vienna, Paris. We were in Paris too, right? This is a son he was sent to Vienna. He was made Secretary of the State for Scotland. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we on one today, Mashiach Assembly. Let me zoom in. Maybe they can't see at home. Let me make it, yeah. Right?
You know what's so funny about this?
Go ahead.
All these positions like Secretary of State and all that, they got that from our ancestors. This is like how they run.
That's it from us.
From us this whole time.
They got that from us, Yasha. All of it. Oh, Vienna is in Italy? Sorry. I thought it was one in France. That's Italy? Thank you. Sorry. Thank you for correction. All right? So, all this. Positions. He was made the Secretary of State for Scotland. Yeah, Middleton, New York. Thank you, Yahakana. It's Venice. Thank you. I knew I wasn't tripping. Thank you for having my dad. And they got those Vienna cookies, too. Don't they got Vienna cookies? I like those type of cookies. I might be wrong, right? I ain't talking about those Vienna sausage things. Those are gross. I don't eat that crap. But they got some cookies, all right? Yes, Taj. They got it all. Yakina said it's the capital of Austria and a town in France. All right. Now, so now, he is the son. Let me make it bigger for the people with the small phones or something, right? I could even make it one more bigger. Let me make it one more bigger. A little more. There we go. I can go one more. Here, shout out to B Sparrow Talk. Shalom, daughter of Yah, I ain't seen you in a long time. May Yah bless you and yours. B Sparrow Talk. I'm going in, B Sparrow Talk. He is the Earl of Middleton. He is the son to the Earl of Middleton, who was a commissioner to the 5th Parliament of King James II. We was kings and NEM. This gentleman was sent envoy to Vienna in Italy, made Secretary of the State of Scotland. We was kings and NEM. And then some time after, he was made Secretary of the State for England. We was kings and NEM, in which he continued till the revolution, in which, I don't know what, post, in which post he continued until the revolution. Now, listen to this one. He was against the violent measures of King James' reign, because King James was going hardcore against the King William and them. So this dude, he was against the violent measures of King James' reign, and for that reason, he was not made no great figure at the court. So they didn't give him no high positions because he wasn't with the violence. Okay? He says, while that prince was upon the throne, and he was made no great figure at the court while that prince was on the throne, yet he continued firm to his majesty's interests to the last. He continued firm to serve his king, his majesty's interest to the last. Was proof against all the offers made him by King William. So King William tried to get him to jump shit, to become a snitch, a spy. But even though he was against the violent measures of King James, he stood fast. and serve our ancestors, the kingdom. The ancestors, guys, were called they call it, I got it, the royals. The royals, it was the royals, and then the English made their own parliament, but they got that from our ancestors. Y'all gonna learn that later with the wars. It was against the royals versus the parliament. Y'all gonna learn that on Sunday. All right. So it says he was proof against all the offers made to him by King William. His proof that he held our ancestors down. And after being frequently imprisoned in England, he followed King James to France, where he became chief administration given to him. So King James was like, all right, you held it down. You ain't snitch on us. You got locked up in England under King Williams. You didn't turn coat. You kept it true. So I guess King James gave him a position, chief administration. Okay? Look what this title of this page is, Nobility of Scotland. Okay? He is a polite gentleman. Yasha, could you read, please?
He is one of the politest gentlemen in Europe, hath a great deal of wit, mixed with a sound judgment, and a very clear understanding of an easy, indifferent access, but a careless way of living.
So he's witty. He has great judgment. He's very clear understanding. He's easily indifferent access, right? So you get easily to talk to, easy, but he got a careless way of life. All right, go ahead, Yasha.
When he was in England, he firmly stood in the gap to stop the torrent of some priests who were driving King James to his ruin, and had so mean an opinion of converts that he used to say, a new light never comes into the house but by a crack in the tiling.
Woo! Oh,
Jeez.
this dude got some wisdom. He got some sense with him. I should have asked you to make me some the hot tea you was trying to make me drink yesterday. They were trying to make me drink all this hot tea yesterday. Now I need the hot tea. You brought me the cold, but it's okay. Look at her face. It's okay. Yeah, you can make it, please. Thank you so much. Yeah. They've been trying to help me out, guys. They try to drink this tea and put this in it and honey and all that stuff. So I need to start doing all that ginger crap, all that stuff, right? Anyway, guys, I'm a little under the weather for those who first joining us right now. All right, we're about to close out in a second, guys. This the last one we're going to do. All right, so Sunday going to be dope. So this is interesting. When he was in England, he firmly stood in the gap to stop the torrent of some priests. This is very interesting. Now, he didn't like the violent nature of King James monarchy, but he was loyal to our ancestors, to our bloodline, right? These are the Jacobites, guys, just so y'all know. All of these, Jacob name was changed to Israel, Yasharah. So when you see Jacobites, that's literally Israelites. Now, I ain't talking about these crazy people out there on the course. Ain't no black Hebrew Israelite stupid stuff. We don't do that here. Yasharalites. These were the descendants from Jacob, his 12 tribes, all right? We ain't no black Hebrew Israelite hate group here. This is a ministry of children of the Most High. Don't get that wrong. All right, but I am Yasharalite. Can't change that. I wouldn't change that. But it don't stop there. I need to be consecrated as a spiritual child of the Father, Yah, because that's flesh. Yasharalite is flesh. It's not spirit. Can't change my fleshly, my nature, and I wouldn't. Why would I? You heard? But I'm not going to identify with this Israelite crap that these old crazy Edomites and these sick people out there, right, doing all this crazy stuff. Don't align yourself with that. They're going to be labeling y'all a hate group. Y'all going to get yourselves in trouble aligning with that. I'm just letting y'all know that's some wisdom. I'm just coming from an elder. Take my wisdom. Okay? A wise man knows how to play the part of a fool, but a fool can never play the part of a wise man. Be careful letting all your business. We children of Yah. This is the house of the Most High. We ain't in that Hebrew Israelite hate group crap, cursing people out and all that. Talking about people gonna be their slaves and all that crap. All right, so now let me get back. Yeah, B Sparrow, we was Kangs and NEM. You heard that? We doing the and NEM part right now, B Sparrow. You know I'll be on one. And NEM. When he was in England, he firmly stood in the gap to stop the torrent of some of the priests who were driving King James to his ruin. So there was some priests who was probably working for King William, the white king, and was infiltrated King James' kingdom. And this brother, what was his name? Yasha, you remember him? What was his name? I don't know if you remember. I can scroll up.
No, sorry.
Let me scroll up. Earl of Middleton. Shout out to our ancestor, Earl of Middleton. All right. So he stood atop the priests who were driving King James to his ruin, and he had so mean an opinion of converts. So now he didn't like violence, but John Mackey said he had a hell of an opinion. I'm not cursing, y'all know, but he had of converts, those who were selling out for the English, the King William, selling out our people. He wasn't with that. He said he had an opinion of converts that he used to say that any new light never comes into the house but by a crack in the tiling. Woo! That's a great word if y'all can read between those lines what he's saying. He's like, I ain't open to no newcomers. You're going to be very thoroughly scrutinized when you try to come in here. All right? All right? Now, it says, yet this man who has stood all the temptations of King James' reign and all the endeavors of that prince while alive to bring him over, to the surprise, did he sell out? To the surprise of all who knew him, declared himself a Roman Catholic upon the king's death. And after having said as much as any man against popery, that's the Pope, this Roman Catholic, yet he have now the entire management of the court of the Saint Germains. So he became a Roman Catholic. He wanted to be rock with the Pope once King James died. He is a black man of middle stature with the sanguine complexion. I don't know what that means. Someone can look that up. And one of the pleasantest companions in the world, towards 60 years old. A black man. I'm going to stop there because I got 100 of these tabs open. I can literally go on forever, right? But we'll be going through this at another time. And we'll also be pulling up some of these, our ancestors, where they're described as black men. And we'll show that in Webster's, in Google and Wikipedia, that they're making them, they're drawing them as white. See, this is the nobility of Scotland. Earl of Perth. I could just go for pages and pages. These are Earl of Melford, Earl of Belarus, Earl of Arrow, Earl of Strathmore, Earl of Morton, Earl of Crawford, Earl of Murray, Earl of Weems, Lord of Forbes, Earl of Winston. Look, black, 45 years old. Lord Forbes, Sir Alexander Bruce. These are our ancestors. Okay, now let me go to the first page of the book so we can do this correctly. Oh, I could just go here. All right, so let me go. That ain't the first page. What's going on? There we go. That still ain't the first page. I want to go to the, oh, that is the first page. This is the book, Memoirs of the Secret Service. Let me make it bigger. Oh, hold on, move it over. Memoirs of the Secret Services of John Macri, Esquire, during the reigns of King William, Queen Anne, and King George I. I ain't gonna read all that, including also the true secret history of the rights and promotions of the English and Scots nobility. That's what he's dictating our ancestors, officers, civil, military, naval, and other persons of distinction from the Revolution and their respective characters at large, drawn up by Mr. Mackey pursuant to the direction of Her Royal Highness the Princess Sophia. This is the 1800s. I forgot what that was. 18 something, like 1855 or something like that. Y'all gotta add these Norman rules up. That's this book. All right? So I just wanted to show y'all what you reading from, and we didn't write this. You heard? This is the history of what ruled Europe. See, look, the Prince of Wales. To the Prince of Wales. Remember the other book, what did Benjamin Franklin say? He said they drove the Britons into Wales, and they got there. This is when they was killing. This is that time. Okay? So these are our ancestors. See, you got all the contents, the editor, memorial services. Yeah. So this book is very in-depth. Okay? Just showing. Hold on, there we go. So y'all can see, flipping the pages of the book. Okay? A view of the court of Saint Germain addressed to the malcontent Protestants of England. What does it say? The officers of state were as follows. Mr. Brown, brother to my lord, Montague, that's Montague, Long Island. Brown is sometimes commissioner of the customs, secretary of the state for England. Right, so anyway, just showing a little of the book. It goes on for days and days. All right, very, very good book. All right. Mainhardt, scoreboard, the Duke of Scornberg and Linter, is of a good German family, born in France. Okay? All right, so anyway. Let me stop that and let's close out. I'm gonna close out with some receipts, some images. Stop share. It's a great way to close. Present, share screen. Now that I showed y'all and we read, now I can show y'all. See this coin? That's Queen Elizabeth of Bohemia. This is King James' daughter. Look. Can somebody tell me, is that a black woman? Is that a black woman? Look like a black woman to me. King James' daughter. Elizabeth of Bohemia. Yasha, you got something in you to read this last?
Yes. Elizabeth of Bohemia, 1596 to 1662. Daughter of King James the Sixth.
He's
right?
a six in the first.
Sixth of Scotland, Anne first of England and Ireland, Mother Anne of Denmark, the wife of Frederick V, Elector Palatine, Holy Roman Empire. Briefly.
Pause. Remember in the Benjamin Franklin? What did he say? Those Palatine Boers. See, I'm telling y'all guys, as we start to go through this history,
everything is going to line up. It's like a puzzle. And all the ancient, it all lines up. That's why I said, remember that Palatine boar. These things are going to come back up later. So she, King James' daughter, Elizabeth. This is Queen Elizabeth. Or Princess Elizabeth, or whatever, but she became a queen, all right? They call her Elizabeth of Bohemia, right? She became the Queen of Bohemia. This is Queen Elizabeth of Bohemia. Now listen, Charlotte, that's going to connect all the dots. She became the wife of Frederick V, the Elector Palatine of the Holy Roman Empire. We're going to go through the Roman emperors. Black. King James, they said they were of the Roman emperors. That's why he had the globe in his hand, the Holy Roman. All of these things are going to line up. Watch what I tell y'all. They think they can stop. You can't stop the Most High's history. You cannot. What did I say he told me to write down when I was in the bathroom washing up? He said, I will not allow any history of any people to be totally wiped because everything is connected down to the judgment. So no matter what they do, you won't be able to wipe our history or anybody else's to exist, to exterminate the history. There will always be remnants, whether it's tombs, cave walls, writings, monuments, there's going to be. And our history is insanely documented, as y'all are seeing now. Yeah, that y'all Putin just unveiled the true color and all that, right? Now, all right. Now listen. Yasha, could you read this? Sorry, young kid.
Yes. Elector Palatine from the Holy Roman Empire. Sorry, the wife of Frederick V, Elector Palatine of the Holy Roman Empire, briefly Queen of Bohemia. Due to her husband's short reign in Bohemia, Elizabeth is often referred to as the Winter Queen. With the demise of the Stuart dynasty in 1714, her descendants, the Hanoverian rulers, succeeded to the British throne.
So, the Stuarts, that's our. So for those who got a last name Stewart or Stewart, that's where you get that last name. That was our ancestors, the kingship, the monarchies. So with the demise of the Stuart dynasty in 1714, that was them killing. See, these demise, this is when they're taking over Europe. King William, they destroying Oliver Cromwell, they're killing off the whole dynasty and sending our ancestors into slavery into America and Africa and the Caribbean from Europe. These black people, these descendants. She said her descendants, the Hanoverian rulers, there we go. Hanover. Y'all heard that. They got Hanover stuff. They got Hanover streets and cookies, and that's, again, our name. All this stuff, we about to find out everything in America is named, and most of the world, because America took over a lot. America, where did they come from? Where did the white Europeans in America come here from? I mean, whites in America that came and took over, where did they come from? Europe. And who was the monarchy in Europe? Voila. So they have our names, because that's what you would be named under the monarchy, the kingship lines. Okay? So now, that's Elizabeth of Bohemia, daughter of King James, from the Bible. On Sunday, wow, they got a Hanover, Jamaica. On Sunday, we're going to find out why King James wrote the Bible. That was going to come out last Sunday, they attacked it, and what he was doing. So now, let me just do some randoms. This is what they wrote. This, if you Google her, this is what they show you. But this is what her coins, her medals. See, we got the real receipts. They want to come at us with these pictures, and when they draw these pictures right here, guys, they say unknown artist drew it. So anybody could just draw this.
This the whitewashing. This supposed to be King James' daughter. This supposed to be her. Okay? This is the whitewashing. But we ain't having it. Not here. Look at this book. Beauties of English and Scottish history and Roman history. We ain't going to go into that today. We started to read a little bit of that before. All right? So I just wanted to close out with just a little receipts of images of our ancestors. Okay? Let me do one more. One more. Present, share screen, window. It's to top this lesson off the right way. See that? King James and his wife. Okay? I showed that before, but what did I say? Black complexion, much like King Charles. Let me go the other way and see what happened. Oh, they said thank you. I gave a donation. I gave a donation to the Internet Archive where these books are stored. Sorry, I didn't mean to show that. You know why I did that? Because, and that account that it came from a PayPal account that I had years ago. That's why I said Rashon, my old name. So I got an account on this Internet Archive, and it's called Uncle Yahshua, because I am the type, guys, that when I receive from something, I'm thankful. It wasn't much. It was $5. I don't got much, but it's better than nothing. I didn't even mean to show that. Sorry. I'm not doing that. It's just that popped up and I see, but that's why I try to hurry up and go off of it, right? Because I don't know, when I click back on the arrow, I don't know what's behind the thing, right? So I just see this arrow. So when you go forward, I don't know what's next. Like here, like if I keep going, it just, see? All right, good. That's where I want to go. I want to go this way. So I just show that because that's how I am. Yeah, they said this King James, right? They say, when I feel, I'm thankful, and it's a white brother that got this archive because he got his picture. And I'm thankful that he put up something that's storing our history and the Most High using it. So sure enough, I gave a donation. It's just how I am, right? Praise the Most High. All right. So yeah, so that was supposed to be, this is what they tell you King James looked like. That's what he really looked like. That's another picture they saying is King James. Y'all remember this one. They got King James, right? See, that's clearly a black man. But then they got all these, these supposed to be his children. This picture look crazy. They got all type of Tinkerbells and minions. I don't know what's going on. What in the Oompa Loompa is going on with look at these little, that's the weirdest picture in the world. All right, so look. I don't want to go ahead. All right, so that's the Spanish Inquisition. This the slave voyages. See, they talk about their complexions. We'll do this Sunday. We're going to get here. All right, that's enough. Let me go back. All right. All praise the Most High. His holy name is rightful order. I didn't know how I was going to get through today because it was very disjointed, but I think it went very well, if I may say so myself. Praise Yah. That's for the blessings of the Most High. Thank you.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
Thank you, Young King. Thank you, Yashiaha, for your service and helping out, Young King. Thank you, Hakyama and Elder Taj Balayah. And even though Yana didn't come on the screen, he tried to. And even though Yah's Jewel, she didn't make it on the screen, she tried to as well. And thank you for the whole Mashiach Assembly Ministries for assisting and being my brothers in the house of Yah, one of his royal priesthoods at the end times. We take our position humbly, and we make a declaration to everyone out there that as a body, as a ministry, we'll keep consecrating and circumcising our flesh so that we can hear from the Father and be used by his Rayach, his spirits, to be a royal priesthood
unto you as we're called to be. That is why we don't eat flesh and blood as a house, because our temple is consecrated. That's why we're making this temple, so we could be of service to all of you. That's why we show you all love when you come in, and love and respect. I know Todd said you kept me up. I just knew you was going to sleep. Todd's like, praise Yah. So we'll until the Most High turn the lights off on this planet. No matter whatever happens to me, let's say if the Most High calls me home because my time is up, Yah willing, I planted enough seed that his children will continue this house and this royal priesthood to serve all the children of the Most High all over the world. This ain't about black, white. It's about children of the Most High versus children of the serpent, the adversaries. They come in all shape, forms, colors, complexions, hair textures. No disrespect, but you all come from us. The Most High created Adam and Havah, and they were ruddy complexioned. They were swarthy or tawny. They were melanated brown, and every generation of people came from them. So we all brothers and sisters. So most of my people, so-called blacks, they got a lot of trauma from slavery. They got a lot of trauma. So just excuse them. I'm trying to heal them. And the awakening and all that. Then you got these Esau and awakening, these Edomites who act like they're Yasharalites, who telling you hate the white man and they're going to be our slaves and all this stupid stuff. The Most High's real children, his real elect, come to serve and not be served. And in our servitude, in the new kingdom, in Mashiach's, the Messiah's millennial reign, there'll be other nations that want to serve us. And because of it, they will be our handmaids and handmaidens, not by force, but by gratitude. Do you understand? The same way that I serve all of y'all, and some people love me so much that they're willing to do anything for me. When I get attacked, they're willing to help. They care about my well-being because they love my servitude. Do you get it? We are to serve and not try to be served. And if each man, woman, and child go forth and serve another, that's what the Most High created us for. See, but we lost our estate with this pride. They're gonna be my slaves. They're gonna be our servants, and you want to inflict on the other nations what our ancestors cursed on us. So you're in the same vein as our ancestors, and some of them are the descendants of our wicked ancestors who killed our Mashiach with feet that just burn his brass as if it was burned in the furnace. What they called Jesus, that ain't his name. Yahshua, or in the later Paleo mixed up Hebrew, Yahusha and Yahshua, no disrespect. But y'all gonna learn the real Hebrew here. Good morning, sun, star, thunder, lightning. Shalom, daughter of Yah. All right? So we love you all. From Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah, to all of you, keep coming back. This series, you're gonna learn and grow. And I'm also be teaching you the real Picto-Hebrew, because you got to understand. You got to understand who and whose you are. You're called to be spiritual children of the Father, not just children of the flesh. That was a part of the awakening, our identity. But that's the fleshly identity. Us being one of the 12 tribes. That's all cool and all that, but that's just fleshly identity. That ain't getting you into the kingdom. You hear? I got some exposing to do too. There's some wicked Israelites out there. For those of y'all who are following that little Yoshiyahu from Awaken Remnant Coalition, the ark, he got his comment section turned off. For those who don't know, I've been here a very long time before a lot of y'all's awakened. So don't get in your feelings. I am going to be calling them out too, just so y'all know. Him and his wicked ex-wife. She up there teaching without a head covering, got 40,000 Hebrews. She riding a car with her hair. She calling on it. These are wicked. These people are and I got the receipts. I ain't speaking on my own. You don't know, y'all don't know who they are. Reason why he got his comment section turned off, because he know there's a lot of us who know who he really was. He got exposed years ago. He never repented. He up there talking about Demore, come on, Zion, Demore. I'm saying it because a video, y'all sent the video to him, because y'all said, get him, expose him. There's a lot of these wicked Israelites, and y'all are following them. I don't care if they got a good word. Who cares? If he was doing it, I'll save it. I love you all. Go forth and be the light that you are in the darkness. Don't take any of this information and make it puff you up, pride in your flesh. But the children of the cursed, the children of Yasharal, who was cursed by their ancestors, we do need some healing. So we do need a dose of good pride. But don't let that pride turn to darkness. Pride is like money. It ain't the pride that's evil. It's the love of it that's evil, where it turns dark. Yeah, there's a Vienna, Austria. That's what I knew, right? There's a couple of Viennas. Thank you, Laria. Yes, you shall know them by their fruits, Ayabayan. But I have to, we're a royal priesthood and we're consecrated. I'm not scared to call out and righteously correct because I want them to get it right, and the God's children is getting led astray by these warlocks. Some of them are witches and everything. Okay? But they, everybody like they'll come at me, we, the Most High wants to, he ain't calling us to come together. Separate the wheat from the tare. All Yasharal ain't Yasharal. Don't get this twisted. May the Most High bless and cover you all. Let's give a moment of silence, stillness for the Most High for his holy Shabbayat. We're going to start the moment of silence for our Father for the holy Sabbath day, the seventh day, starting right now. The Most High, Abba Yah, the Most High, the creator of all, he said, be still and know that I am Yah. I am the Most High. I am the creator. Be still. He said, I exist in the stillness. So we take that moment of stillness to be in his presence. So whenever you want to be in the presence of the Most High, quiet yourself down. Be still to hear. That's Shalom, shalom, peace, tranquility. With that, from Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah, to all of you worldwide, we say Shabbat Shalom. We'll see y'all on Sunday, Eastern Standard Time, probably about 8:30 p.m. I love you all, and may the Most High cover and bless you all. Go forth and be the children of light that you all are. All right. Shalom, everybody, children of Yah worldwide. Shalom.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious, chosen people of the Most High. You got that right.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we will see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews, the true and real Israelites. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He adds secure